Alrighty, what we got here? String settings. Overload. Yep. Okay. Yep. Good morning. I need to. I got the button for the download for the 1.3 on the site. Uh, ESM6 history. We'll just go 10 days. Um. So this is the ES. The NQ has been sold off a little bit harder than the ES. That's usually to be expected. We're looking at Asian and real time New York session hours here. We'll take off the point of the control. So right now we are right here. The overnight high is 74.43. Let's see, ES overnight. Overnight high is 74.43. 74.43. And the overnight low is 73.98. 73.98. So we need to be taking a look at that. I don't know what today is going to bring as far as news. So let's take a look at financialjuice.com. Financialjuice.com, what we have here, breaking CPI year over year, actual 3.8. That was at 8:30. We got 9 o'clock. That's over. Trump interview at 11. That ought to be interesting. So hopefully we can make some money and get a trade off before 11. Okay. So just be careful about stuff like that. It's actually looking pretty bearish this morning, to be quite honest. So what I'm thinking is if we break this point of control right here and we come down here to 73.98, I'm not looking to go long. I need to find out what the large players are going to be doing. I need to be looking at the aggregated volume, the large contracts that are coming in. There's one thing you have to be careful about. If we break this area right here to 73.98, you have to understand that this volume here, if we break this area, this is low volume right here, 73.90, and look at all this low volume down in here, okay? That is something you have to be aware of. That is not an area of interest right up in here, not an area of interest, to be quite honest. So if they start selling off, it could be pretty aggressive today. That is just what I'm expecting. So we have to be aware of these levels right here. I would say ES yesterday's. Here, let's take a look at the RTH hours, real-time trading hours. Real-time trading hours. Yeah, right around 73.90. I mean, if we look at this right around in here, this is 511 right here. So if we 74.38 is where we're at roughly right now, around 7,400. If we start breaking this area 74.10, we start breaking 74.10s, we could be selling off into this area right down here to 73.90. That's just something we have to be aware of. Um, right now, most of the volume overnight has been up in this area right here. Most of the volume, the overnight volume for Asian session has been right up in this area. Okay, so if we break 73.98, we can easily come down to 73.90, and this is very low volume area. So what I'm going to be looking for today, uh, I don't know if I'm going to be trying to go long that much. I'm going to have to see what the orders bring, what my settings. I am looking at a 5 minute. Uh, I'm doing aggregated volume 500. That seems a little high. Let's take it down to 300. Let's see what that is going to be like. I think that was a little high yesterday. Let's do 300. A tick merge, ES doesn't need to be tick merged. The imbalance ratio in the 5 minute is set to 4 and 3. Um, yeah, let's keep it like that because it could be volatile. We'll just keep it the bubble mode aggregated large volume. I'm going to be setting the 5 minute to 300. 500, I think, was a little too much yesterday. You're going to have to adjust this to see what works best. What I would like to do is I would like to start getting data and actually storing it, caching it, and then writing code to actually go through the yesterday's orders, maybe aggregate them for the ES or the NQ, maybe aggregate the orders up to like 10 ticks or something, and then find out what was the average volume within milliseconds so we can get a pretty accurate number. I just have to write the code for that to look at maybe the past 1 or 2 days, get some aggregated data, look at the past 1 or 2 days, and then write the code and find out, hey, what's the average volume within the milliseconds that I'm looking at for aggregated volume, and what's the average largest single order for the past 2 days. So we can actually get a pretty good reading. I will start thinking about that, how I want to construct that code to get that done. That's something I've been wanting to do, but I've been kind of quite busy with everything else. But that is all I have for this. We'll just go ahead and save this. I forgot to take the bottom. I gotta save that to the JSON file for the 1 minute. For the 1 minute, we're at 74:15. Right now, we're getting ready to open up in about 7 minutes. On the 1 minute, I'm showing the large volume profile. I have large single, this is aggregated to 150. I guess I'll keep that. I will go ahead and keep that. Large volume, aggregated to 150. Tick merge, you don't need a tick merge ES. It's thickly traded. Imbalance is set to 4 and 3. That's basically the same thing for the imbalance ratios as the 5 minute. So those are my settings for the morning. Those are my settings for the morning. For the 1 minute and 5 minute. We've already got the overnight highs to 74.43, overnight lows for the ES to 73.98. I am also going to be trading an account that I normally trade off screen. That is the Astro Fund account. I'm going to be trading the ES on that. I have to hit like 1,000, I guess, to get a payout and then do a free reset with it, I think. Again, we got Trump interview at 11 o'clock. I don't know what this is about. It just says Trump interview at 11 o'clock, as we can see right here. We have some red folder events at 8:30. Fed Goolsby radio interview. That's, yeah. Trump interview. We don't know what's going on with that. Fed Goolsby speaks at 1 o'clock. Normally I'm done trading by then. But we do not know what kind of news is going to be coming out with the Middle East conflict. It just seems like every single day news comes out, so you got to be careful. If you get caught up on the wrong side, you can get hurt pretty bad. Your account will get hurt pretty bad if you get caught on the wrong side. That is why I am taking profits very quickly in this market environment. I am taking profits extremely quickly because I want to lock in. And when I get green, I want to get to a break even, just in case. Just in case. Whoops, I forgot to do that again. Daggone it. I'm setting the trading. If you want to do here, let me show this. Where is it at? So right now we have download version 1.2.9. That's that seems like it's pretty solid. I haven't had any issues, any emails about support with it. Download beta 1.3. This adds the take profit, stop loss stuff, the break even for your chart trader. It will add this when you click on settings. It will add trading and a break even offset. Keep your orders window open to verify break even, stop loss, and take profit orders are placed correctly. What I'm talking about is on Ninja Trader, this right here. Keep this open, okay? If you have a ghost order, it's going to show up here, okay? If your target gets hit and your stop loss somehow doesn't get canceled out, it's going to show up here. And you really need to you should always keep an orders window open no matter what. Okay, we got about 2 minutes. So the break even offset is just a tick offset from entry price for break even orders. Take profit, set to 12, stop loss set to 8. I'm not using that right now. So this is what has been added. I have tested it. It seems like it works pretty good. I was having issues with cancellations, profile, and delta not working in the charts. They're working. You got to make sure you check the sessions for real-time trading hours or overnight. Got about 2 minutes. Like if I go to overnight, show delta, show profile, they show up. You got to click on settings, show volume profile, show delta. You got to make sure those are checked. You got to make sure you're on overnight. If you're looking at overnight, if you're on RTH, real-time trading hours, all right, market's open. Just let it settle down. I got the large volume profile right here. Show large volume profile. This just shows large orders. Right now, we've got a pretty large order right up in this area. So far, the largest single aggregated order, it seems like it's been a sell. So it looks like they're going to try and dump this market this morning, but then they could turn around and rip your face off. Volume profile is working on the 5 minute. You got to make sure the 5 minute you have volume profile delta and its session RTH. I need to change that to an auto, kind of like how I have on the trading platform that I'm building out. Why is this not? Boy, I am not in the mood for this. Quant. I have to DX feed. I have to use Quantower. See, I have to use Quantower for this prop firm because that's the only one that they really connect to is DX feed. And I can't get NinjaTrader to connect to DX feed, and I would be trading on my own personal platform. But DX feed won't contact me back. I've sent them an email. I need the API access. I will eventually get there. Um, we will eventually get there, folks. Right now, we're looking at the ES. I'm trading the ES. ES is a little bit more conducive to new traders, to be quite honest. We got a lot of large selling up in here. On the 5 minute, if you look right here, so far we've got 300 aggregated, 373 right down in here. So they're just they're kind of feeling it out. We don't have any large single order contracts. Those are the top numbers right there, little tiny top numbers. Usually the first 5 minutes. Let the market settle down the first 5 minutes, and also you might have to adjust. The first 5 minutes, you might have to come here and adjust your aggregated orders or your single orders. Okay. Uh, why does that not say both? I don't know. This is just. Maybe I didn't change the code yet. Man, there's been so much. I've been writing so much stuff. I don't even know what's up or down right now. Um, next week, I'll be trading on my own personal platform that I hopefully will be releasing. I'm hoping I can release it next month. Um, it's going to run on Mac or Windows. Right now, I'm running NinjaTrader on Parallels on a Mac. I would not recommend that, to be quite honest. I would not recommend that at all, folks. What we are looking for, we're looking for buy and balance areas. We have, let me get the New York VWAP up here. What we're looking for, this moving average is blue right here is the order flow bar moving average. It's down at the bottom, the OFB, order flow bar, MA moving average, order flow bar moving average. It's just basically a Heiken Ashi smoothed out with exponential moving average. It gives you a good direction where you should be. If you're below it, you should be looking for shorts. If you're above it, looking for longs. And how I like to use it is kind of like if we're right up in here, this area right here would not have been pretty good for a buy because the buy and bounce was down below. I like to have it kind of like in the middle or more. Something like this might be all right for a little quick scalp and then try to get a run up here. As you can see, the order flow bar movement average is sloping upwards, and you get these buy and balances. That is what I like to look for. And also look at the deltas. The delta down to bottom, the delta and the change percent, things like that. Anything above 10% is really nice. That was 7.8. That was okay. Boy, they are selling. So think about this, folks. We're below the point of control. We are below the New York VWAP. We are sloping downwards. They are definitely selling. And what are you doing, Quan Tower? You're screwing me. All right. Um, they are definitely selling off today. We've got a sell and bounce way up here. We could get a bounce back up to it. I'm having to use Quantower because I'm trading Astro Fund account, a funded Astro account. They don't have any evals. They just have funded accounts. They just have funded accounts. Right now, we got about 1,400 negative delta, negative 19% delta on the current bar. So this is definitely bearish. We're at the lows of the day. Where are we at? We're at 73.98 is the lows. 73.98. We're basically at the overnight lows, folks. We're basically at the overnight lows. Okay. We are basically at overnight lows at 73.98, to be quite honest. Overnight lows is right here. We might as well be at it. They are heavy on the market today, man. They are heavy on the market today. They are heavy on the market today, aren't they? We got a 5-minute red candle. They are about big. About a few minutes ago, it was negative 1,400 delta, negative 19%. We got some buyers trying to hold them off. We're right at the overnight lows, folks. We got a lot of negative delta on the 5-minute delta profile. We got a lot of negative delta there. We're just trying to find out where we want to go today. Are we going to test the overnight lows, folks? We do not know. Overnight lows is 73.98. We're just sitting here consolidating right now. Looks like it's trying to bounce up to the moving average. As you can see, every time they try to push up, they get pushed back down. We're just kind of consolidating, kind of in a bounce market area. We still got a sell and bounce on the 5-minute. Previous 5-minute looks like we had a sell and bounce up at the top, but we got a wick down at the bottom. That is not good. If you're looking for a short, that is not good, folks. Holy smokes. They're really trying to push this thing down. You got a sell and bounce up here on the 5 minute. You got a sell and bounce on the 1 minute. We're kind of bounced up to. Now we're bouncing off of. We're just kind of consolidating here. They don't know what they want to do. They don't know what they want to do today. We got some large aggregated buy volume right there. $73.98 was the overnight lows. About 729 aggregated volume on this current 5 minute candle. That's quite good. Don't show it to me. Damn. You know, I wish they just knocked this shit off. If I place the order, I want to stink and place it. I want to place an order. I want to place it. All right, we have 158 seller on this current 1 minute right here. Let me switch to a volume candle. Let me switch to a volume candle right here. All right. So I got stopped out on that one. What I tried to do, this is I just kind of tested the waters a little bit. So we had a nice sell off right here. We had a nice sell off on this candle. We started consolidating up in this area. Okay. There's a reason, and then we were right at the overnight lows. Overnight lows was right here at 73.98. Okay, was the overnight lows was at 73.98. So that's the overnight lows. But you got to look at this area right up in here. Okay, this area right up in here had a delta of 279, 153. We had a delta shift right here on this candle right here. Delta shift about 500. Okay, we had a delta shift of about 500 with 10%. Okay, that's good. Once we started breaking up in this area right here, you saw this large. This column right here is the buy. Okay, for the large volume. For the aggregated right here. So once we started breaking the sell imbalance right here, and then once we saw all these buyers right here, we had 304 positive delta with 8%, okay, with 3,600 contracts. So I just went on ahead and got in here and started trailing it up. Once we started losing, whoa, man, this market is extremely hard to trade, folks. You really got to take, remember what I said earlier? Remember what I said earlier right here about locking in profits and just taking your profits? Once we saw this area right here, you have a sell imbalance. You got all these sellers right here. Okay. Then right here, you have 305. You had 500 delta, 400 delta on this one, about 300 on that one. But what I was looking for was to get in here and looking for a squeeze on all of these sellers. We didn't really get it, but I did get a little bit of profit right there, so I'm not too concerned about it. And then the reason I got out is because I put my stop right up in this area right here, because we were building this area out right here with the nice volume. And I knew if we lose that area, we're just going to keep coming back down. Well, I didn't know, but that's what I'm assuming, because I always look at the volume candles for that. So, yeah. So I only got one trade off so far, and I was having problems with that stupid stop loss with the Quantower. I'm having to trade Quantower because uh it's connected to DX feed. Esper Fund connects to DX feed. I can't get NinjaTrader connected to DX feed. I don't know why they don't have a connection with them, but I guess they just don't. My custom platform, it's connected to Rhythmic. Um, And I'm looking to get DX feed hooked up. Oh well. But no one from DX feed will contact me. I've sent them an email. Hopefully they will in a couple of days. Um the chart trader. Here, let's switch to a sim account real quick. The chart trader, if you have the settings right here for chart trader, it'll be break even offset is set to 1. You have a take profit, you have a stop loss. So if you have that checked right there, and you click save and apply, when you do, you have to come down here and click on the button. It'll show green, quantity 1. If you want to place an order, you can do shift left click, and that places an order. So a shift left click will place an order. You can take the stop loss and drag it down to wherever you want. You can take the profit, drag that up to wherever you want. This is on a sim account. So you can do that. Then you click the X to actually cancel out the trade. Um, but you have to come down here and click on Chart Trader. Uh, are we going to piss around all day? What are we going to do? It's sell heavy, that is for sure. Like right now, let's try and do, let's do this 12 stop loss, take profit 12 stop loss of 2. We just save that. Um, if you go to sim, if you do shift left click, it automatically puts your stop and take profit right there. You see how I had that, the trading, take profit, stop loss, it's already set. It's already in there. As you can see here, the orders are working. Uh, yeah, and the order got canceled. So, yeah, there we go. And if you want to do shift right click, it will put a, it'll put an order in there, but it doesn't put the order in there for the take profit. Do I have to take profit? Uh, yeah, I don't know why. Oh, it's probably because of this right here. Uh, yeah, that's why it's in beta. It's still, I can't. I need to focus. I really need to make money. I need to focus on this Astro Fund account. Uh, the best thing I could say is if with Ninja Trader, just go to a Sim 101 and then just play around with it. So they came down here to the overnight lows of 73.98, and then they're kind of bouncing off of it right now. Uh, they're running it right back up into the area. I hope today is not going to be a big balanced day. We're at 10 o'clock. It could be a nice big fat balanced day. We're below the session VWAP right here. Uh, the 1 hour VWAP, we're below the 1 hour VWAP. It's not looking too good, to be quite honest. We don't know what they're going to do today. Uh, uh, wow, they were just running this thing right back up again, aren't they? We got 150 aggregated delta. That's quite a bit. Yeah, we are just nice big fat balanced day. You can download the add-on for free. You can create a membership for free, download the add-on. There's a license key that you can use. Um, running it right back down. We could just be consolidating back and forth, back and forth. We don't know which way they want to go. Here, let me blank the screen out. I just want to check something real quick. Uh, okay. All right. Yeah. Wow. 481 aggregated volume right there. 41 single order contract. Are they going to break the lows and keep going? Got a lot of big positive delta, had about 400 aggregated volume right there on the 5 minute. Happened within milliseconds. I'm going to switch this. I'm going to switch this to 200. We got a lot of selling up in here. They're trying to push this thing down. We got about negative 700 delta on the previous 1 minute, about 14% change. The sellers are trying to push it down. Looks like they're winning it so far. The sellers are definitely winning it. But 73.98 is the overnight lows, and we got the buyers who just come ramping it right back up. So if we close above here, all them sellers are going to be underwater. They are being absorbed. That is a little bit of absorption right there. Man, guys, I don't know what's going to happen today at 11 o'clock with Trump speaking, but uh, they're really not letting this market down. They just run it. We could have a failed auction right here, right up in here. What could happen is, because they have nice little back and forth right here, this right here could be called what's a failed auction. We kind of poke our heads down, and then they come right back up into this area. If they do that, that's just called a failed auction. If they don't, if they stay down here, then they're going to keep pushing it down more than likely. But as you can see, the buyers are trying to step in. I bumped this up to 200 aggregated volume. Yeah, they ain't doing. Look at this. I really wouldn't be buying anything, just because look at the New York VWAP and 1 hour VWAP. Both of them are sloping downwards. If you're a new trader, don't be counter trend trading. Look at it. 5 minute had about 500 aggregated volume right up in this area, and they still are not pushing it down even further. So this area, of course, you had 500 right there. They are really. Look at the 5 minutes. See all that right there? That 5 minute aggregated volume. You see all of this selling right here. They really got to take control if they want to push it down. We had selling bounce, but it got taken away. About 400 aggregated selling. They really want, and then about 300 buying. They are really, really going back and forth. We got a big negative delta up in this area from 394 all the way to 391. Big negative delta up in this area. So the sellers are definitely in control in this area. You see right here, uh, you see all of this right here. That's from 394 to 391. All of that area is just all negative delta. So there's a lot of selling in there. And of course, they're going to try and push it right back up. Got a buy and bounce forming, but it's getting taken away. When you see all this selling up in here, you see all this negative delta right up here. You see all of this negative delta, big negative delta. You got big aggregated sell volumes. You got buy volumes, and we're sitting right here. We're not breaking through, and they're not pushing it down. That means that there are buyers coming in here taking them on. That's telling me this action is telling me to stay the hell away from shorts right now. Yeah, this action so far is just telling me to stay away from shorts. Look at all that 5 minute. This 5 minute right here, all that aggregated volume. You had about 1,000 right there. We had all that negative delta right here, and we're just sitting above it. Yeah, that's telling me I don't want to really be doing anything right now. Today might not be a good day. We don't know. Trump speaking at 11. Of course, he'll probably be late as usual. I mean, look at that delta right there on this candle, on this 1 minute candle right here. Look at it, 1,500 negative delta, 15% of it out of 10,000 volume. And we're right here. On the 5 minute, we had a sell and bounce right here, and we kind of ran up to it, and we kind of bounced off of it, and we're just selling off right here. Here, let me take off the 1 hour VWAP. As you can see on the 1 minute, we kind of sold off, then we kind of bounced off of it right there. I went long up in this area right here, and then I just went on ahead and got out because I was trailing my stop, and I just got stopped out. No, it was up here. It was up here, and then I put my stop down in here, and then I just got stopped out. It was a very small window. So if you want to, you can create a membership at the site for free. Download the add-on. Make sure you can install it. Get yourself a free key. We're coming up. We're traveling up on light volume though. They got to really fill out that volume. There we go. We got some aggregated buying up in here. Man, this is really hard to be taking any kind of longs, to be quite honest. It is extremely risky to be taking longs, folks. Extremely risky. Got about 460 aggregated volume in the current 1 minute candle, about 400 positive delta, about 10% of it is positive delta on the volume. I think we've stabilized the selling. The buyers have stabilized the selling. We're above, we've closed above the order flow bar moving average, but it's flatlined. We've closed above the order flow bar moving average. We're at 350 on the previous 1 minute. 350 delta, 7% positive out of about 4,800. So that is actually a good thing. Yet all these sellers right here that could not take it. All those sellers right there that just could not take it. Previous candles basically delta neutral. We got 100 positive delta with like 2.5% positive on low volume. So got about 30 seconds, this 1 minute candle. All those sellers could get squeezed if we keep moving up. Order flow bar moving average starting to slope upwards. If we break the 1 minute previous candle, we could go up and test the VWAP at 403 if we can break this. Wow. Don't think so, man. Don't think so. I really don't think so. We're kind of 300 negative delta, 8%. Just not looking. Man, they just really going back and forth today. They are just really going back and forth today. Are you going to? We got all these sellers, and if they start taking some heat, you're going to get a squeeze, folks. But we don't know if it's going to happen. We could get a squeeze. We just don't know if it's going to happen. They keep pissing around, not doing much. We have no idea if we're going to get a squeeze. We're still above the order flow bar movement average, which is good. What I'm looking at is all these sellers right here. Okay, I'm looking at all these sellers, all this negative delta right here, and we have not breaking. We broke the overnight lows, but we're right at the overnight lows. Okay, and if we start climbing up in this area right here. Okay, and we start breaking this area, and we start moving up, and the delta is climbing. All these sellers could just cover and have fuel to the fire for a squeeze. Or they could sit here and consolidate all friggin' day. 'Very boring morning so far.' This action right up in here, very boring. 13% positive delta, that is a good thing, but it's very boring today so far, folks. Previous 1 minute, 600 positive delta, 15% uh, positive delta on the volume. When I say 15%, you gotta look at the volume. You gotta look at the volume of it, okay? You gotta look at the volume of it. Are we gonna go, what are we gonna do, folks? Are we gonna get a squeeze? Are you gonna squeeze them? If not, stop pissing around and friggin' go. Just stop pissing around. Don't lose that volume. Don't lose this volume right here. Stop pissing around and go. Stop your pissing around, 7402. That's it. Get them sellers on ease, you mother effer. Okay. I just got stopped out. Right here is what I was looking at. We kind of went up here. We kind of came up here. I got in down in this area right here and had my stop a little too tight. But hey, 'cause I don't trust the market. I don't trust the stinking market. I do not trust this stinking market. You got to think up in this area. You got to think up in this area right here. You had this large selling bounce and we kind of slammed down. So we get up in this area right here. You got to be aware. You see that large seller right up in there? You got to be aware of that. You have to be aware of that, folks. You have to be aware. All of these sellers right here are underwater. Okay. That's why I said if we start breaking this area with Delta, 636 with 15% positive delta on 4,000 volume. 15% of it was good. 600 positive delta on this candle right here. That was good. We started breaking that. You can go ahead and get in. I mean, that right there so far is 5-point trade, about 250 bucks. I already got stopped out because it just came back down. I had it a little too tight because I don't trust this stupid market right now. See that 5 minute right here? You got to think about where you're at. You're right up in this area. Okay. This candle is really nice. 2,600 positive delta, 12%, 21,000 volume. That's good. Don't know if we're going to get up in that area because the problem is you got this big volume right up in here. Okay. And you had some sellers right up in here where they were kind of battling around, going back and forth. Okay. So if you have profits, if you listened and I said we could get a little squeeze right here, we start trading above this. If you're profitable right now, I'd be locking some in. About 10:17, about 30 seconds. 1 minute candle will close. Um, so we have reclaimed the New York VWAP. You know, the internet is just slow. It really is. Websites nowadays, they don't know what the heck they're doing. They're just extremely slow, to be quite honest. All right. So we had all these sellers right here, all this aggregated sell volume. Like I said, if we were break this area right here, you start running up. Once you start seeing a candle like this, a spinning top, you want to start peeling some off, to be quite honest. We moved back down to the order flow bar moving average, and we're kind of bouncing off of it. We look at the New York V New York VWAP. We're above the New York VWAP. The volume weighted average price, we're above it right now. That's actually a good thing. So when you're above, but the thing is, it's flatline. Okay, the order flow bar moving average is getting ready to cross it, but we're kind of flatlined. So and we're up against this area right up in here, folks. Okay, we're right up in this area where these sellers were. We had big sell and bounce right here, and then we moved down. Now we're moving back up into here. This could be resistance. That sell and bounce could be resistance. Also, another thing you have to think about is look at the delta up in this area right here, about 74.11. Okay, 74.11. You got this negative delta in this area right here. We're right at the point of control. We're right at the point of control, folks. Like I said earlier, when we broke this area right here, all these sellers are underwater. They were trying to sell a lot up in here, and they could not. They were breaking through a little bit, like right here, but we started just consolidating right here. And that's when I've noticed, I was like, okay, we have some buyer here and a buyer here, aggregated volume, 2, 4, 600, about 700 aggregated volume up in here. And then we had a little seller right here. And look at this, that low right there. We're not really selling off. And look at the order flow bar moving average, just kind of flatlining. Okay, then this is the key candle to look at with that shift was this right here, was that 736. Because look at that, 736, 15% positive delta. Okay, that is the key. And when you start breaking that area with volume right here, you can go ahead and start testing the waters and get yourself a nice little trade. The ES, I like trading the ES with order flow because it will adhere to order flow better than NQ. And the reason it does is because it's a thickly traded market. The NQ, everybody loves to trade it because it's a volatile market. It's sexy to trade. It's an adrenaline rush. It's a volatile market. It's thinly traded. It goes up and down. It's highly, highly traded by the algos of the institutions. Okay. Uh, Yeah, I'd be looking, yeah, you really needed to just you really need to be locking in profits up in this area, okay? You had a little spinning top right here. We had a bounce off of the New York VWAP and the order flow bar movement average. Okay, we had 318 positive delta with about 10% right there. The problem is we kind of closed right at here. So you really just want to, if you're if you got in here where I said, we could get a little squeeze, get in here. I got stopped out a little bit early, okay? But you want to be taking profits here and then moving, locking it in, move to a break even, come back down, see if you can get a bounce. But once you see this right here, 318, 9% positive, and we start closing right up in this area right here on this candle right here, and we really start moving down below this moving average, and we close below the VWAP, VWAP's flatlining, you need to just cut the trade. Just cut the rest of it, man. I'm serious. Just cut the rest of it. Just wait. So I think so far, oh, where was it? Yeah, so far I got in here and then I was trailing up my stop and then I got stopped out right here. Then we kind of flushed down. Then I said earlier, if we break this area right here, we could possibly get a short squeeze. I thought we'd get a bigger run than this, to be quite honest. So I got in and then I got stopped out up in this area as I was trailing it up. I had it too tight. And I had it too tight because I don't trust the friggin' market, man. News could come out and just flush this thing. I hate this type of environment, to be quite honest. I really do. I really hate this type of environment. I thought we'd get a bigger squeeze than this. I thought for sure we would come up here and test this area right here. I thought for sure we would, but we really couldn't. Okay. I thought for sure we'd possibly run for another 5 points, but I guess not. They might just keep this market. Come on, man. Uh, they might just keep this market like it is. Trump's getting ready to speak in a half hour. Of course, he'll probably be late as usual. Okay. Um, I think I'm pretty much done trading. I'm going to keep streaming, but I'm pretty much done trading. Uh, Trump's coming in at 11. Uh, they could, who knows what these institutions are going to do. But the one thing that you need to be aware of is take a look at this. This is key. This is extremely key. Okay. We got news coming out at 11. That's about half hour. Normally, I mean, more than likely, Trump will be speaking at friggin' 12, 1 o'clock because he's always late. Um, That's unacceptable for a commander-in-chief. And I'm saying that because I spent 5 years in the Marines, and he's always stinking late as a commander-in-chief, and that's just unacceptable. Um, you gotta think about this. Right here, we had a lot in the open, okay? In the open, I think it was, like, for first 15 minutes, 5, 10, 15, 20, 20 minutes, had all this volume, and we found value to the downside. We had all this volume, okay? But look at what is missing right here. What is missing that we had here and we had here? What's missing? Large aggregated volume, aggressive large aggregated volume. We're talking 400, 500, 400, 500, 700, 500, 300, 484. I mean, and look what we got here. That is telling me that more than likely we're going to probably just bounce around in this area until we find out what Trump's going to do. Okay. That is what I'm looking at. Other people might see something different, but what I'm looking at is we had volume here, aggregated. We had volume here, participation from the institutions and market makers. We have a lack of participation up in this area right here. Okay. That is what I'm looking at. Let me go back to a solid candle. That is what I'm looking at, okay, is a lack of the participation, okay? A lack of the participation. We had, I mean, right here on a 1 minute, this is aggregated to 200 volume. Look at all that big, nice, big, big selling right here. Then we got in here, took some profits up in here, but now look at it. Crickets. Okay, you got a little bit coming in. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's see what they're going to do with this. Are they going to flush this thing? We're right here down at the bottom. Right here at the lows of the day. Right here, 73.91. Looks like 73.91 right here at the lows of the day. What are they going to be doing? You got 1,000 negative delta right there. You got about 7%, about 17,000. There's a lot, 18,000 volume. There's a lot of stinking volume up in here, man. About 224 aggregated seller right there. That aggregated seller just getting absorbed. Let's switch back over to a volume candle, folks. Look at this. Seller getting absorbed because we're right here. We got about 20 seconds to the close of this 1 minute candle. If we close above it, that's absorption right there. But you got to think, look at all these sellers right here. Look at all these sellers right here. Normally, this is a good sign. If you break this area right here that you can get a quick scalp off of, maybe you can run back up into the VWAP. But with this market action now, I wouldn't be taking anything like that. Not with all of this right here, all this aggregated selling. Got 300. They really trying to push this market down. And they running it right back up. They're really trying to push this thing down. If you're below the VWAP, New York VWAP, you don't want to be looking for longs, okay? Taking a trade like this, I'm trying to break this trade right here to get a trade up to here. That's a counter trend trade. You got a 5 minute, like I say, 5 minute red candle, 5 minute red candle, 5 minute red candle. You'd be looking for shorts. 5 minute green candle, 5 minute green candle. You look for longs. Now I'm not buying the break of these lows. I mean, shorting the break of these lows. $73.98 was the overnight lows. So we're at 73.84, about 10 points below it, roughly. Here, I'm gonna blank my screen out real quick. I need to check something. Okay. Alrighty. Um, yeah. I'm on account 26. I was trading Astro Fund account. I'm done trading that one. Um, this account 26, where are we at? Low over 51,000. So I got roughly 2,000 to go. Roughly about 1,800 to go. I got about 1,800 to go to pass that eval. What the heck am I doing there? Oh, that's that. Yeah, I got to reset this sim account because I wanted to show the I wanted to show the chart trader. So let me reset that. That kind of throws me off when I see that. Come on, man. Ninja Trader. Ninja Trader is 22 years old, folks. 22, 23 years old. It's been around for a long time. It's been a big dog for a long time. Okay. It's been a big dog for a long time. Uh, you see this account right here? Account 26. That's $51,005 roughly. I need about $2,000. I need about $2,000 so we can pass this thing and have ourselves a handful of funded. I blew a funded about a week or two ago. I got caught up in news, got slaughtered like a stinking pig. We might trade the old Nasdaqer. We might trade the old Nasdaqer tomorrow. The old Nasdaqer. I got to take that percent sign out of there because I need some more real estate. That little percent sign, the middle row. I need to take that out, man. Uh, right here, you had a sell imbalance, but the problem with that, I mean, this was a sell imbalance right here, but we closed above it. Okay. You had nice big negative 1,000 delta with 20%. Okay. That is nice. The problem was that we closed above it. Then we had a little inside bar right there. So you could get in on the break of that right there. That would be I don't know. It's not an A plus setup, I can tell you that. If this bar right here closed below right here, yeah, obviously you want to get in on that. I'm picky, man. I'm telling you. I've only made about 2 or 3 trades today so far. I am picky. I'm not going to just take any stinking trade. Why are we down here? Why I need to change up uh Yeah, so when we're at the lows right here, I need to get some more price on the y-axis for this chart. That would be ideal. Look at all this buying up in here, man. Are you guys going to get crapped on? 1036. Are you guys going to get crapped on? What's going to happen? Do, 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 do. Boy, we are moving up, ain't we? Look at a 5 minute. All them sellers down there, that 353 to 357. Look at them sellers right there. When we closed above it, it could be a little bit of absorption, folks. Could be a little bit of absorption. Got a 5 minute forming on a hammer. Um, you take this trade, you're risking about 350. Got about 12%, 9% volume, 400 delta positive, 4,700 volume, 9% positive. I don't want to be doing that. What the heck? Uh, no, that's a little too tight. That's a little too tight. You're going to screw me, ain't you? I got it. That was the chart trader. Now I got this stinking thing. All right. I got all jacked up. Now I don't know what I want to do. I'm looking for a move back up to the VWAP. I had to close it out. That was a little too tight of a stop. Plus, they weren't breaking pretty aggressively. So, and I have to change my chart trader up in this area right here. The break even offset, I'll keep that. I will keep the break even offset. I will keep a break even offset. I'm looking for a move back up to the VWAP. We got a lot of negative delta to go through, folks. If you look at this, we got a lot of negative delta to get through. Okay. We have a lot of negative delta. You see all this negative delta? That is not good. Not good at all right there. That negative delta, all this right here, all of this right here, not good. Okay. Um, where's my positions at? That is not the good, my friends. Are you going to break? What are you going to do? That is not good. Ooh. We got 500 aggregated volume. 300 of it was positive seller. Man, Uh, we got 338 single order contract. 580 of it was a aggregated volume. 338 large single order contract that just slung into the market. Man, if they get absorbed, that is not good. That is not good if they get absorbed, folks. 1040, Trump's going to be speaking here. We got about 11% negative. I thought for sure we'd get back up to the VWAP, man. That 338 single order contract is looking kind of sexy, but right now they ain't getting nowhere. You ain't getting nowhere. You might want to put a little bit more steam in there. I don't know who you are, BlackRock, Goldman, Citadel. Don't know who you are with that 338, but you might want to put a little bit more steam in the engine there. Might want to put a little bit more steam in there, folks. One of the other institutions might see that and be all giddy about it. They might be like, "Wee!" Oh, whoa! I don't like that. I don't like that, folks. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. If we lose that volume, I want to get out. I don't trust this market. We're right here at almost 11 o'clock. Trump's going to be late. That mother effer is always late. That little mother effer is always late. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That little mother effer. We're moving up on light volume. I'm going to put my stop right here at this right here. Okay. We're moving up on some light volume, my friends. I don't know. I don't know, man. Who knows? You know, who knows? Oh, maybe I'll put it over here. Maybe I'll put it up here. You see this volume right up in here? You see that volume, that little selling volume right there? Maybe I'll put it right here below the 224, right here below the 224. Because we're right up here at the VWAP. We could get it smacked down like a big, what? No, I know it's tight, man. Don't be doing this to me. Oh, you mother effer. Cancellation. I thought that shit was fixed. Guess not. Guess not. Oh, well. I guess not. I guess not. I thought that shit was fixed. I guess not. All right, we're at 51,167, about $162. I'm pushing my luck. The old white-haired fart's going to be speaking. I guess Trump's got white hair. I guess the old Trumper's got some white hair. So now we only got about 1,800 to go. Okay, look at this. Look at this. That's all, folks. This is not what you want to see, my friends. This is not what you want to see. You do not want to see this shit right here. You do not want to see 224 aggregated volume. 500 single order contracts slung into the freaking market. 500 with the 200 aggregated. You see all them buyers right there? And then we closed right at it. And then we're kind of coming down right here. That's not what you want to see. So if you was in a trade, you might want to rethink your situation you done got yourself into. That's just what I'm saying. You might want to rethink the situation you got yourself into. You just saw me take my profits. Why? Well, 'cause I don't trust the friggin' market. That's why. We got a Middle East conflict, folks. I have been burnt by news twice. I have blown 2 funded accounts on friggin' news. I'm tired of this shit. Okay? My patience with Trump is very thin right now. The Middle East conflict, very thin. My patience with the Ayatollah, of course, I know they don't care about me. But you know what? Just lock them friggers, all of them little world leaders, whatever. Lock them up into a room. Don't let them out until they get this resolved. Until the world leaders can start acting like grown adults, don't let them out. Also, while they're in the room, they all need to be drug tested. I'm serious. All of them need to be drug tested. All right, I don't even remember where I got in. Where the heck did I get in? 1039. Somewhere around up in this mother effer I got in. Somewhere around this mother effer 1039. Oh, I got in up in this area right here, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. And then I got out up in this area about 1042, 1043, somewhere around there. 1043, yeah, somewhere around up in here. Because I think 94 and a quarter, 94 and a quarter was right up in this area. Up in this area. Wow. Well, 'cause I don't trust the friggin' market. I don't trust the market. Now look at us. Boom. I just don't trust the friggin' market, man. I hate to tell you, I just don't trust it. This is actually a pretty good trade right here, folks. This is a pretty good trade, okay? So we had a run up. We had 500, 338 of it, single order contract, and we closed right here. That's nice. Look at the delta. Look at this candle right here. We got 75 negative delta, very low, and we closed right here. So if you break this area right here, you could probably get yourself a little change up in here for about 2-3 points, make about 150 bucks. Go in multiple contracts, get yourself $200-300. Do that a couple times a day, and you're looking good. Okay. Um, but the problem is, here's the problem: the VWAPer, volume weighted average price, kind of sloping downwards, and you're trying to get in up in here. I was looking for a move. Remember what I said earlier? I was looking for a move up to the VWAP. Well, I thought we'd kiss it. We didn't. We're selling off right now. I thought for sure we'd kiss it. Whoa, we got some big volume up in here on the 5 minute. Look at that, man. Look at this. Look at this. Lack of participation. Now we got some participation back into the market. Yeah, see participation, a lack of it right here. Okay. Do you see how I actually trade when we have participation? I don't trade up in this crap right here. Okay. I need participation. Why did I try to get in long? Well, for one, you have some sellers down here. Okay, little aggregated sellers right there. We closed above it. Aggregated seller, we closed above it. And we have some buyers taking the sellers on. So why not go ahead and get yourself a little bit? Remember? Green candle, green delta, go long. Green, green, green and green, go long. 5 minute green candle, 5 minute green delta. You want to be looking for longs. Okay. See, most people can't take trades like this. Most people can't take trades like this and just get out and take their little small profits, even though I was looking for a kiss of the VWAP. Okay. Most people are thinking we're going to go way up here, and they're going to, and now they're taking heat right now, probably averaging down hope and the actual trade. They should have taken their profits. Now they're in the hope trade. Well, I hope it comes back up here. See? Hope trades don't work, man. Hope trades. That's not a trading plan. Okay. Institutions, market makers don't give a flipping crap about your hope. They don't care about your hope. Okay. But we's got some sellers up in this mother lover. We got some buyers up in this mother lover. Okay. Oh, that's a 1 hour VWAP. Where's New Yorker? All right there, New Yorker. New York VWAP right here. Look at that. Look at the New York VWAP. Okay. Boom. When you are at a New York VWAP and you're below it, you don't want to be doing what I just did. unless you're disciplined to take your small little profits and maybe you can try to get yourself a runner. You want to be looking for shorts, okay? You want to be looking for shorts. We ain't getting much of anything, man. We're not getting much of anything. You had a little stacked sell imbalance, but that's really not that good. I don't like that. We had a sell imbalance that was way the heck up there. We had a sell imbalance that was way the heck up there. It's just not been good today. It's just the action has not been all that friggin' good. Okay. I mean, yeah, I traded my Astro Fund account and I just traded the to this account here. So yeah, I'm up. Okay. I'm up on this account, 51,167. Got a little measly 162 today. So I was up a little bit. That was only one contract, man. That was only one contract. Um, that was only one little measly contract. Okay. Well, we got some. I mean, if we look at this area right here, single orders, you got a large seller right there. You got some large single order buyers right here. A large single order buyer right there. It's probably a 500 right here. 500 single order contract, 500. And you got a single. You got some buyers, man. That's why it's kind of hard to go short because I'm seeing buyers, large buyers, none of your little pissant buyers. That's why it's kind of hard for me to go short when I'm seeing stuff like that. You don't have a green delta on the 5 minute. Also, you've got the VWAP, volume weighted average price. It's right here. Okay. You've got the volume weighted average price. Okay. You're in, if you come up in here, you're in the no trade zone. Okay. I know I'm contradicting myself because I took a trade here and took it off here. Okay. But as a beginner trader, you don't be trading in these areas. Why? Because normally beginner traders are undisciplined. They like doing hope trades. All right. You need to stop clicking buttons, folks, because it's 10:53. The old white haired fart could be speaking at 11. That's what they say. Trump interview. I don't know what the interview's about, but hey, the old fart's going to be speaking. Ugh. You see, I just took $162 right here. Okay, no big deal. It ain't much, but guess what? I'm closer to the profit target. Okay, I'm just $1,800 away now, man. I'm a little closer. So you got to get your base hits, man. I'm serious. You really have to learn how to do base hits. I got to pee, to be quite honest. I know you didn't want to hear that, but I'm sitting here in the market, ain't doing much. I'm not going to be trading. I might as well go. Uh, ugh, ugh. Well, we got a lot of delta, right? A lot of negative delta right up in that area, man. So this morning, this morning we had some participation right here, boom, and we got some participation right here, boom. Right up in this area, we had none. Yeah, I'll be right back. Ah, okay, what we got here? Ah, trade you take per day, just a handful. Well, it depends on what I'm trading too. The ES is probably just be a few of them. I think I've taken 3 trades on the ES this morning. None of them have been A plus setups, to be quite honest. Um, when I'm trading the NQ, I mean, I could take like 10, 15 trades a day. Trading the NQ. I trade the NQ differently. The ES, I trade on a 1 minute stacked and balanced areas. I'm not seeing any kind of stacked and balance whatsoever, to be quite honest. We got about 4%. I mean, even if you go to a 3 right here, I mean, 4 and 2 on the stacked and balanced areas. That might have been better today. That actually would have been better. 4 and 2. Maybe 4 and 3 is a little aggressive. So it's really hard in this type of environment. It's really difficult. Okay, it's really difficult because some days it's volatile, some days it's not, and it's very difficult because we've got a Middle East conflict going on. We really don't know what the heck is going on. Um, I mean, 4 and 3 on the NQ. I would never go 4 and 2 on the NQ. Okay. Um, 4 and 2 on the ES could be good. But see, the thing is, I mean, you're below the VWAP, so you really don't want to be taking shorts. Kind of like this right here, that sell imbalance. But you got all those buyers. As soon as you start seeing them, I would just cut the trade, to be quite honest. I mean, 4 and 2 seem good. This is uh this trade right here, buy and bounce right up in here. But the problem is, you kind of flatline on the moving average, and you're below the New York VWAP. So today has not been a very good day. I'll be quite honest with you. Today has not been a very good day. This is actually a pretty decent one. You have some sell imbalances up in here, but that was pretty close to the lows. It's just not been good days. You're going to have days like this where it's just not good. If we look at if we look at the NQM6, and we look at it on a range bar, I normally like trading range bars on the NQ. Problem is that it can be quite fast, and you have to hyper scalp this thing and be extremely disciplined. You'll get crushed. There's really no good sell imbalances. There's really not much going on today. You have a little sell imbalance here, but you could go in that, get stuff by a couple $100. There's not much going on, to be quite honest, today. I mean, these sell imbalances and buy imbalances are not really showing up. Okay, so you had a nice one right here. Had a nice one right here. Order flow bar movement average is sloping downwards. You have a sell imbalance. It's roughly about 50% of 32 range bar. And you get in on the break of that and you put your stop up here. Okay. And then as soon as you see a candle with 72 and you start moving back up, you want to get out. That's about a $200 trade. So, I mean, some days you're going to get like a bunch of trades like this. Okay, this is a sell imbalance, but the problem is sell imbalance. Problem is it's way up here, and we close down here. I mean, you can take it if you want. I like them when they're like at least 50% of the bar, like this. And Q sell and bounce area, we broke it. We came down to this area. You want to be getting out about right here. So you get in here and you get out right here. That's about 14, about 250. Maybe you can make yourself $500 pretty easily uh, on these range bars. So it really depends. Yeah, you're gonna have to. Uh, I'd probably just stick with 2.9 to be quite honest. These take profit and stop loss stuff, this semi ATM strategy stuff, has been a pain in my butt. And what a lot of people don't understand is once you start doing ATM strategy, stop loss, take profits, stuff like that with order executions, it becomes a real pain in the ass. It really does. The logic seems simple, but it's all the little things behind the scenes that make it difficult. And Ninja Trader does it really good, but they've also been out for 22 years, and uh, it took them a while to get their ATM strategy locked down. There's some platforms that just don't do it. When I release my custom platform, I'm not going to be doing it right off the bat. I can tell you that. And if people don't want to use it because I don't have an ATM on the platform right away, that's perfectly fine. All right, Trump, are you speaking? What are you doing? It says Trump interview. I don't know what this interview is, where he's doing it. Is it TV, radio? I have no idea. We got 500 aggregated sell volume on this 5 minute right here. We're breaking lows again. You know, it's about time we had a sell day. This market's been going straight up. It's about time. Yeah. When we don't, yeah, if you want to remove it, I got to pay attention. We got a buy and bounce right here. We're getting ready to close above this 202 probably. If we close above this 202 aggregated seller, which my buy and bounce got taken away. We closed above that 202. That is, and we got 9%. That is a delta shift. That's a trapped 200 aggregated buyer right there. Problem is, you got all these sellers right here. Okay. You got big negative delta right here on the 5 minute. 5 minute is green candle, green delta. Uh, Normally you can get in here and put your stop down below here. But the problem is you got the VWAP. Okay, the VWAP is sloping downwards. This is a counter trend trade. This is very dangerous. especially when you got all these sellers right here, man. It's very dangerous to be doing stuff like this. That's why you gotta be disciplined. Because look at this low volume right here, okay? If you get in here, you gotta put your stop down below this area a little bit. Um, but that right there is, uh this is the key thing for looking at it in a momentum shift. Of course, you gotta have all these sellers. This is very dangerous to be doing stuff like this. But you have volume right up in here. You have 200 aggregated sellers, and we closed above them. That's absorption. What do you need? Hurry up. We're bouncing off the moving average right here. All right. We got 4%. We got 119. This is, if you try, we have a aggregated seller right here. If you try to get in right here, you really need to be careful about this low volume area because you can come down pretty quickly. Okay. The problem is we got all these aggregated sellers up in this area. We had 119 negative delta and we closed above. Look at the 5 minute right there. See all this big volume being filled out? The point of control shifted down. So if you try to get into a trade like this and you're trying to get up to the VWAP, you might be able to get it. You might be able to get it. But you got to understand that you are counter trend trading. I mean, you are down and you're trying to buy a bottom. Don't look like yours. What are your settings? All right. I don't think we're going to be doing much here. To answer the first question, you want to go to tools and you see this remove ninja script assembly. I'm not going to click it because it takes forever for the freaking window to open up with Ninja Trader because I'm on parallels. I'm running a Mac. Uh, but you'll see when you go to tools and you go to tools, you go to remove ninja script assembly, a window will pop up and you'll see order flow pulse. You want to click on that and remove that, and then you have to restart Ninja Trader. Then you can go to tools and import the Ninja Script add-on to go from 1.9 to 1.3. Or you could just try and just reinstall, or you could just try and go to tools, import, hurry up, Ninja Script add-on, and it might and more than likely it will overwrite and update. Okay. But if it doesn't update, then you have to remove the assembly. It's just the way Ninja Trader is. Ninja Trader is 22 years old. It's built on old technology. Okay. They haven't updated their architecture and the way they do stuff for years. So that's just the way it is. What are you, 4587? What are you looking at? A 1 minute? Are you looking at a 1 minute? Are you looking at ESM6 or are you looking at micro ES? I need to know. I'm looking at ESM6 on a 1 minute in my settings. ES on a 1 minute. ES on a 1 minute. I show large volume, blah, blah, blah. Session is RTH. I am doing aggregated volume, and I bumped it up to 200 because 150 was a little not enough, so I bumped it up to 200. So I bumped it up to 200. Also, some people might look at this and be like, okay, you see 202 aggregated volume, but I might see like 160 or 180 aggregated volume, and the numbers don't actually line up. Well, it happens in microseconds. Also, I'm on. It depends on what broker you're using. I'm on Rhythmic Chicago paper trading because I'm paper trading with Bullnox. Also, the thing is, it when you're on Chicago paper trading server, the data sucks. I'll be honest with you. The data sucks. You're not paying for data. Okay. So they're not going to give you good data because you're not paying for it. Okay. Uh, we got a sell and bounce right here, and we've got 272 negative aggregated. Now we got 230 buy. This is, yeah, see, today is just not. I've been seeing this action between the buyers and sellers, and it's just like I can't get any good runs. So I just kind of give up. It's 11:15. I'm profitable for the day. I mean, well, I was trading Astro Fund. I was trading Astro Fund earlier. Okay, then I closed that out, and then I did a trade on Bull Knox on the 26 eval. Uh, it's like 162. So this selling bounce, if you do take this selling bounce, you gotta understand the selling bounce is up here. I like them when they're about half of the candle. Okay, but if you get in the selling bounce and you're down here already, man, the way the action has been today, I'd be moving to a break even, to be quite honest, man, or just peeling some off and then move to a break even just because it's market. They could run this thing right back up. But the New York VWAP is sloping downwards. You got the order flow bar moving average that's sloping down, and you have a sell and bounce right here, and you have 342. You that was green. That was green. Then it flipped to sell right here. So if you try to get on the break of that, once you are down in this area, this is key. You have a sell and bounce right here. It just got taken away. This is key. What you want to look for. 16% on this candle. This candle right here, we have some aggregated sellers, 612% with 5,200 volume. It's kind of shifting a little bit, okay? Then you have right here, 200 delta, 8%, 2,500 volume. I mean, if you got in here, you really want to be taking profits right here and then just kind of move to a break even because of the way the action has been today. If this thing dumps even more and you miss the trade, who cares? Move on. Yeah, you're getting too many bubbles. You probably have to act. Do, do, do. Well, if you're getting too many, are you? You're on a 1 minute ES. You're probably on aggregated, right? Aggregated instead of one order. You're on aggregated. Uh, large volume aggregated, I set to 200. What feed are you using? Are you using Apex, Lucid? Are you on Tradeovate, Rhythmic, CQG? Because all of these things are different with these paper prop firms. Yeah, but are you trading with Bullnox? Are you trading personal account? Uh, Apex. Actually, I have an Apex account. I could flip that over. Uh, I could flip it over to Apex real quick. No, I don't have it hooked up with the connections. I mean, I got connections here. We can go to configure. All right, let's close this out. I set up Apex on my own personal trading platform. You see, they just run this thing right back up. Look at all these cells right here, and they just run this thing right back up. Yeah, Apex. I don't know. Are you on Tradeovate, Rhythmic? Are you on Apex Rhythmic? And when you say too many bubbles, like what's the aggregated volume that you're getting? You're on Tradeovate. So if you set it to aggregated 200 and you're getting too many bubbles, well, for one, you're on Tradeovate. I'm on Rhythmic. We're on paper trading connections, so the numbers are going to be different. Um, just because these paper trading prop firms use crap data, but because we're not paying for it, and that is to be expected. Send me a screenshot at support at orderflowbars.com. Just come in here, go to 1 minute, scroll down, send me a screenshot like this so I can kind of see what the bubbles are, what your delta is, because it's going to be different from mine because I'm on Rhythmic, you're on Tradeovate. Uh, if we were both like on paid feeds for like Rhythmic CQG, then it would be pretty accurate. Yeah, since you're on Tradeovate, it really doesn't even matter if I switched over to Apex because I use Rhythmic on Apex. So as soon as you see the sellers here, and let's say you got in here and you see these sellers, okay? If you really are not breaking that low and we start trading up in here, you probably want to take some profits. And when you see something like this, you see these sellers right here with 328 negative delta at 6%, and we close above those sellers, you might want to take some more profits. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely the data feed. Like send me a screenshot. I'd like to know. I mean, it's around 11, 11:30. I'd like to know how big of a difference it is because I'm on Bullnox Rhythmic. You're on Apex Tradeovate. I want to know how big of a difference it is. And here's the thing with the data feed, it's aggregated. These prop firms are not giving you tick for tick data. They're giving you aggregated data. So they'll take 10 ticks, aggregate it up, and the bubbles are going to be different. Now, if we were on like CQG or rhythmic tick for tick data, then they should be the same. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that when you're trading these prop firms, they're just giving you basically demo data feed. You're not paying for it, and they're not going to give you something that most people pay like $25, $30 a month for free. No, don't be setting the tick merge. Not on ES. ES doesn't need to be tick merged. Tick merging the data, this setting right here, this tick merge, if you tick merge that to 4, it's going to take 4 ticks of the ES. So it's only going to take the data from like 69, 70 to 71. The ES doesn't need to be tick merged like that because it's a thickly traded market. It has a lot of volume in it. We have a sell and bounce on the 5 minute. They're finally selling this thing off. So we ran down. We had a little auction area where they kind of bounced around. Then we had a sell and bounce area with large aggregated sell, about 500, and we closed below it. Then we had 800 negative delta with the 21% of it being negative from the volume. That's a really good sign to go short and get yourself about 2, 3 points. Uh, the ES is a thickly traded market. So you can trade more contracts than the NQ. You're not going to be trading the same amount of contracts, uh, kind of like this one right here. Sell and balance, we have right here, we have 800, negative delta 12%. Anything above 10% is really good to get in on the break of that and then get in here and then get out right here for about 4 points, 150 or so. Yep, see you tomorrow. And we can actually, uh, you can actually trade more contracts with the ES than you do the NQ because it's thickly traded. It's not as volatile. Yeah, if you send me a screenshot of your Apex Trade of 8 with the settings and the bubbles and the delta, I'll take a look at it. And but these prop firms, they're using paper trading. They're using the Chicago paper trading. Well, if you're with Rhythmic, they're using the Chicago paper trading server, which is not good data. All these prop firms that give you data feed is just uh, not solid data. Now, once I release my trading platform I'm working on, hopefully I can do it next month. Once I release that, then I am going to be uh, on a paid version of Rhythmic or DX feed. I'm trying to get it hooked up with DX feed. Uh, that way, when people see the stream, they can actually look at it and know that, hey, it's not paper trading demo. Uh, Here, I'll show you. Um, when you create an account and you log in, let me log in with the test account with the free license key. So the test account with the free license key, this is the free license key for the week. Contact us at support@orderflowbars.com. Support@orderflowbars.com. That's in your profile section. When you log in and you go to profile, you'll see the support email. You see how they just ran this thing up pretty aggressively? Yeah. That's why you got to take profits, man. When you start seeing, when we have a selling here and you have selling here and you come down here and you start seeing sellers here and we start seeing buyers here and you start closing up here and this delta down here is starting to stabilize and it's not moving down, you really need to start taking profits, okay? I don't care if you're making $50. That's why you really need to be in on the beginning of the morning and actually trading so you can understand the kind of action they've been doing. And they've been doing this friggin' all morning, run this thing down and then smoke it right back up and then kind of consolidate, run it up. I mean, they've been all over, but they've been gradually going down. I mean, look at the 5 minute. Look at the New York VWAP. Remember what I said yesterday, and I say this all the time. If you're below the New York VWAP, you really only want to be looking for shorts. You don't be doing counter trend trades like I did earlier, uh, getting that $162 and on account 26 because I'll move up my stop. I'll move to a break even, get a couple points and move to a break even and try to see if we're going to break it and get a short squeeze. We didn't. So I only made $162. Okay. On that one trade. That's no big deal. But as a new trader, when that VWAP is sloping down like this, you only want to be looking for shorts. When you are trading and the VWAP is sloping down, look for shorts. When you're below this order flow bar moving average, only looking for shorts. Okay, it would have paid off here. It would have slightly paid off here. It might have just break even. Okay, it would have paid off here. When you're now see something like this, flatlining on ES, we have a sell imbalance, but you always want to look to the left. Look at that buy imbalance, look at that buy imbalance, and look at these buyers. And you're trying to go short here. Granted, it paid off big time, but I just wouldn't be taking the trade. I wouldn't have taken it. And of course, you have the beginning of the day, but so also another thing I want to keep people aware of is when you get a license from the site, it's not just for NinjaTrader. Okay, it's not just for NinjaTrader. It's for anything that I develop. Like right now, I'm developing my own trading platform, which I got hooked up with Rhythmic. I've already passed the compliance on the personal basis, so I can trade uh, just me, so I can test it. And I've been trading it with my Bullnox account, and I'm going to be trading it because I just opened up an Apex account. And I'm going to be trading it with that. Next week, I'll probably be doing a stream showing showing and trading with my own uh, trading platform. All the executions, the order executions are there, and it's all working. And I got a chart trader that's working uh, pretty decent. Uh, and it's a Mac version because I trade on a Mac, but it will be for a Mac and Windows. It'll be multi-platform. So we actually do 4 and 2 on the imbalances. I had it set to 4 and 3. That was a little too much. So 11:30. I don't know what Trump's doing. It says Trump interview. I don't know what this is. They don't give you no information whatsoever. Yeah, they don't give you any information. Oh well. If you try and get a counter trade, you've got a lot of sellers up in here. And look at that negative delta. Got a lot of sellers up in here. You see that negative delta right there? And we're right here. So when we go through this thinly traded volume area right here, you got a lot of volume up in this area. See right here, you got a lot of volume with a lot of negative delta. And that is all these right here. Okay. We're right up against this area right here. So we could travel up to here because this area right here is thinly traded. We're holding off this distribution of volume, this thick volume area right here. We're kind of holding that area right here. We're right here in this area right here, thinly traded volume area right here. Are we going to get up to here? Once you start getting up to here with all this negative delta, it's going to be hard to chew through this area right here to keep going to get up to the New York VWAP. We got nice volume on the 5 minute coming up here. You got sell and balance area right here on the 1 minute that we're getting ready to go up against. So this area right here, you have to be aware of. That was big negative delta, big volume area. And that is where all of these right here were. Okay. That's where all those sellers were. I didn't take any trades on this because I don't know what's going on. They say Trump interview at 11. I don't even know where this thing's being held at. Is it on TV, radio? Is it a closed interview? What are they interviewing about? When I don't have that information, I ain't going to be doing anything. I don't know what's going on. So I think maybe tomorrow we might trade. You know what? I think tomorrow I might trade the Apex. Is the Apex sale off? Is the sale off? Apex was having a nice little sale. Apex Trader Fund. Yep, I think the sale's off, folks. It was like $25 for like a 50K rhythmic account, something like that. That was actually pretty good. No, I don't want to. Yeah, I just want to see the friggin' products, man. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so it was like $250. It was like $25. It was like no rebill. It was actually pretty good. I don't know what's going to happen now. I don't know. I don't try to get any keys. Maybe I should. Maybe I should try to do that. And if people don't want to do the add-on and they still want to support the stream or whatever, they can do it with the I don't know, affiliate key or whatever. I just don't have that stuff set up. I'm just not really interested in that. I'm more interested in building the NinjaTrader add-on so people can use, and also building out my own trading platform, which I should be releasing here next month. Okay, we got 212 aggregated seller, and here's the key thing about this. Let's switch over to a volume candle real quick. We've got 212. This is pretty interesting. 212 aggregated sellers within milliseconds, and we're trading above it. If we close above that, which we just did, that is absorption for those 212 aggregated sellers. That's not good for them. That's not that's not good for these sellers either. Of course, they probably took profits down in here, but this was an area of interest. Okay. All right. So now we're starting to slowly grind up into this area. See all that negative delta right there? We're starting to come up here in this big distribution of volume. It's going to be hard to chew through all of that with all that volume and delta, negative delta right there. I didn't get in the trade because I want to know what the heck Trump, this 11 o'clock Trump interview is. I don't know what the heck is going on. We got buy and bounce. We got a buy and bounce right here, folks. We have a buy and bounce right here. Right here on this, all this negative, man, that's just hard to take. That's hard to take, but I'll give it a stab. It's only a friggin' eval, and I'm already up 162. So maybe if I can get a squeeze out of this, it'll be all right. If not, then what am I risking here? About 3 points. It ain't much. There's a lot of negative delta up in this area, folks. There's a lot of negative delta up in this area. I'm gonna go ahead and move to a break even. Yeah, 'cause I don't trust this friggin' market. I don't even know why I was doing that. That was late. I was late to the party, folks. I'm not even gonna do that. I was late to the party, folks. $1.75 so far for this eval. I just don't feel it. Because of this right here, these sellers right here. Okay, you got a lot of negative. You see these sellers? I mean, yeah, we could come up to the VWAP, but we got a lot of volume to get through right here. That's the thing you got to think about. We're right here at the point of control. Uh, if it runs, it runs. I could care less. Um, there's always another trade around the corner. Um, I just don't like all them sellers, man. That's why I went on ahead and moved to a break even just to see if we could get a quick run. Uh, it's just, and I'm glad I did it now. I was late. That was a late execution on my part. Um, the thing is, you really gotta look at where you've been at. Okay, where have you been? Where have you been? Look at this. Okay, sell imbalance, sell imbalance. Okay, and you're trying to go long on that. You're below the VWAP. That's not very good. Okay. Even though this is a very this would have been good one for a quick scalp. Okay, you got a buy and balance is 50% of the candle. We closed above the buy and balance. Okay, you got 51 positive, 500 positive delta. 23% of it is positive. That's twice as much as normal, like 10% that I would normally get in. You can get in here, and once you start seeing the seller and you're not breaking, you need to start cutting it. Start taking some profits. That's just a real quick scalp for about 2 points, $100. I know some people are saying, "Oh, that's just 2 points." Well, we coulda maybe you get a runner, maybe you can get a runner and get up to this area and get yourself 10 points, okay? Uh, who knows? I mean, go in 2 or 3 contracts, make yourself $200-300. You gotta get your base hits, okay? You gotta get your base hits. When you see something, when you see the moving average sloping up like this, I didn't. 11 o'clock. I don't know which I'm still on. Who knows? It's 12 o'clock. So we ran up. You have 212 aggregated sellers, and we close above that. That is absorption. Okay, those sellers tried to come in, but the buyers held them off and closed above it. Okay, while you're above this order flow bar moving average, you can get in here, start getting out right here. It's a nice 3-point trade, $150, 2 contracts, that's $300. The thing about the ES is that it adheres to order flow better than the NQ because the NQ is a thinly traded market. The ES is thickly traded. It just adheres to order flow better. Okay, there's some markets that adhere to order flow better. ES is one of them, better than NQ. You see what I talk about in this area right here? About this thickly traded area right here. It's hard to get through. Got this big volume, negative delta right here. These are the things. So when you're in the trade right here, you gotta think about stuff like this. About okay, maybe I want to start taking some profits and s- taking half off and managing the trade. What I would like to do is start writing some code to actually go back like 2 days. Now it's going to be aggregated tick volume, which is, well, at least they'll give us a good average. So maybe go back 2 days and for the milliseconds that these trades happen, go back and look and be like, okay, get the average of the aggregated trades, get the average of the single order trades for the past 2 days. So that'll give us a good idea of what to use for the settings. Well, you got a sell and balance right there. And we're starting and we're flatlining on order flow bar moving average on the moving average right there. And you got a sell and balance, but it was like a little spinning top. That's a little hard to take. Plus, you got a buy and bounce right here. There are some days that are good, some days that are not. Today, so I made a little bit of trades. This morning, I was trading Astro Fund. Okay, this morning I was trading Astro Fund. I think I need to trade that when I'm off stream. To be quite honest, I need to stay hyper focused trading that account. Uh, and I think what I'm going to do going forward. Uh, Next week, I'm gonna premiere next week, I'm gonna premiere the trading platform that I'm working on, because I'm connected to Bullnox and Apex through Rhythmic, with my own trading platform that I'm working on. The stacked imbalances and the bubbles and the delta, all that's working. The chart trader, is working. So, I'll be able to show that next week. I'll trade with that for about like maybe a couple of days. I'll trade off of that. Uh, and the good thing is the license that you get, the license key, for the membership, what you're getting is anything that I do. So if I write add-ons for Ninja Trader, you get it. Okay, $8 a month, $95 for a year, $8 a month. You get the Ninja Trader add-on, and when I release the trading platform, uh, then you'll get that as well. You don't have to pay for it again. I mean, so you just use the same license key. You just go to your profile page, get the license key, and use it for Ninja Trader or use it for my custom trading platform. So you'll get that. Yeah, this has just been kind of off. Um, but these are the type of stuff that I'm actually looking for. Is stuff like this. When you Oh boy, I've been staying up kind of late. When you get a sell off like this, you just don't be buying down in this area and try to get a move up. Okay. You just don't do that. You need to have buyers. See these buyers stepping in? You need to start have buyers stepping in. Okay. Now we did break this area right here and then we had some sellers, but you see right here where they actually the buyers really took them on. Okay. That is what you need to see is this. If you're going to be trying to catch a bottom on a move, you really need to see something like this. Okay. And you really need to look at this area right down here and look at the delta, how it's shifting. Negative 800, negative 4, negative 100, positive 400, 82, 41, 134. You see how it's shifting? And then this candle right here, 501, okay, 511 positive delta, and the delta shifted to 12%. It actually shifted right here on this candle, 382, okay, boom, right here. So you can start looking for longs up in this area. Now, we're not looking to buy down here and sell it up here. We're not that good. But what I am good enough to do is get some base hits. When we have a run up, we have a pullback. On this pullback right here, you got 13 positive, 73, 157. Then this one right here, you had an aggregated seller and we closed above it. That's absorption. Order flow bar moving average is moving upward. Okay. And then you got delta neutral basically up in this area. So you can get in here, put your stop down here, come up into this area. Get yourself about 4 points, maybe a couple $100, okay? Maybe if you get in here and you see this buying balance and you add to the trade, now your cost average is down here. So now you get about maybe 3 points, maybe $150, but you're in like 2, 3 contracts. Okay, so that's how you want to add to your winners and cut your losers, in other words. Sometimes you have to sit here and wait all day. Sometimes you have to sit here and wait an hour to get a really decent setup. But this is the kind of stuff you want to look for. You don't want to look for something like this. 200 and we closed below that. No, you don't want that. You want the moving average to be sloping upwards. You got 200 sell and we closed above it. That's a go sign. Because at 200 aggregated volume, I'm calculating that in milliseconds, okay? Not even a half a second. We're talking milliseconds. So that could be some order slicing from the institutions. Normally, areas like this, you're not going to have a bunch of retail traders. And besides, we're only 5% of the volume in the futures, okay? We're only like 5% of the volume in the futures. It's not like it is in stocks, okay? It's not like it is in stocks. You see how I said earlier, uh, this area right here, and then we got to get through this big area right here, and the point of control is right there, okay? But you got all those sellers right here. And we kind of ran up to it, and now we're just kind of selling off a little bit. Maybe I'll trade the NQ tomorrow. Maybe I'll trade the NQ tomorrow on a 32 ticker chart, 32 tick chart. We'll do Apex maybe. On a 32 tick chart, we'll probably do some Apex. Oh, it's 12 o'clock. Yes, we've had quite a bit. Even if we did aggregated volume, we're doing aggregated instead of single order. We're doing aggregated. Maybe if we do 250, let's see what that would have looked like. Look at that, even 250. That's pretty nice. You got to really kind of get a feel for the market because all this is going to change. I can almost guarantee you when this conflict is over with Iran and the market starts settling down, these numbers are going to change. More than likely, it'll probably go down. These numbers are going to change. Okay. Now the imbalance, 4 and 2 might not change. That's why I want to write the code to actually do. Okay, kind of like this. You, you see how I changed it to 200, and that one kind of went away. Kind of like this area right here, but this is a short. So we're selling here, and we kind of bounced up on the order flow bar moving average is sloping downwards. We got a sell and bounce. Sellers are in control. We had 271 aggregated buy volume, and we closed below it. That is absorption on the buyers. The buyers tried to push this thing up, and we closed below it. That is absorption. More than likely, you can get in on a break of that. And if you did, that was a really nice trade. Okay. This is the kind of stuff you really need to look for. Also, right here. Of course, we have the sell imbalance. This is way up here. I don't like it up here. I'd like it about half of the candle. But we had 342 aggregate sellers and we closed right at it. So when you start moving below that, you got a backing of some sellers. They didn't get absorbed and we closed up here. Okay. We closed a little slightly below it. Okay. Because the middle of the bubble is where the order went in. And you start trading below that, you can get yourself a quick little scalp. Okay. That would have been like 4 points. Okay, these are the types of things you need to look for. You're not looking to get a trade from here to here and make 20 points, okay? You're looking for base hits and maybe get a runner, okay? A runner would have made you more money. This is the type of stuff you really want to put the odds in your favor. If you can put the odds in your favor, you're better off, okay? Okay, we've got some sellers here. We have some sellers here. The moving average is sloping down. We're below the New York VWAP. We have some sellers here, but if we close up in this area, that would be pretty decent. Let's look at this. 462, 462 delta. We closed right slightly above it. You can see the opacity. We closed right there. We got these sellers right here. So a break of this area right here with 19%. Uh, the 19% positive delta from the volume. The volume's low. Look at the volume. The volume needs to pick up. Volume needs to pick up. Okay. Where would you put your stop? Is probably down in this area right here. Right now, you'd be moving to a break even +1 and see if you can get a squeeze up to the VWAP. See, there you go. We just ran through something. Okay, you get yourself about a couple points, man. You're looking. I mean, right there, you got a point and a half, man. Move to a break even. Don't let a winning trade turn into a loser. Okay, man. And see, here's the thing: you got some volume coming in here. When you start losing that volume, maybe you want to. If you start losing this area right here, you really want to. Let's say you're in 2 contracts. You lose this area, sell a contract, move to a break even, see if you can get a runner. Okay, that's just the way it is. See, as we were talking through this trade setup, I don't know if anybody took this. See what I talk about? See what I talk about? Yeah. If you start losing this, man, you gotta start paying yourself, man. You gotta at least take a contract off and move to a break even. Don't be having this shit turn into a hope trade. Okay. Well, I hope it goes up to the VWAP. Well, yeah. Okay. Don't let this turn into a hope trade, man. Because for one thing, look at this. We've been selling off. You're in an area with high negative delta, and you just put the odds in your favor for a decent trade. You see a doji candle like that? I'm cutting half of it, man. I don't care. I'm cutting half of it. We got a buy and bounce right there. That's good. That's good. But I'm still cutting half of it, man, and moving to a break even. I mean, look at the VWAP kind of sloping down. Look where we're at. We're still below this area. Okay. We're in a big volume area, big negative delta area. Okay. You were able to get the odds in your favor short term to get yourself a few couple points, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, 2 points. Okay. You were able to get the odds in your favor. Now we got some big negative volume coming in here. Look at that shit. Look at that, man. Look at that big negative volume right there. That's why I like looking at the volume candles, man. And you got to look at the delta. Look at that negative 312%. Man, if you ain't getting out, I don't know what the heck you waiting for, man. Let this turn into a hope trade and smoke yourself. I don't, you know? So many new traders just want to really kind of get these 20-point runs on the ES, get them 50, 100-point runs on NQ. Do they happen? Yes. In the right environment and with a runner. I mean, the video I got out there with the 100-point short that I took, you only saw one contract with 100 points. I was in three. I got 10 points, sold some, moved to a break even. Got to like 20, 25 points. I sold the second contract. The runner made me 100. Some people will be like, well, why didn't you just do 3 contracts and hold yourself 100 points? I didn't know it was going to turn into 100 points. Okay. So uh, all I can say is, because I've been trading for 10 years, all I can say is I've been writing code for over 15 years. I've been trading for 10 years. All I can tell you is take what the market is going to give you at the time. Don't listen to these gurus driving Lamborghinis and rented Airbnb homes. I do a 3-for-1 or I do a full stop out. No, I do what the market is going to tell me right there. If the market tells me that I'm good right here to get in, I get in. If I'm right here and the market tells me I'm shifting, I'm not looking for a freaking 3-to-1 or 4-to-1, 5-to-1 trade up here. I'll take a full stop out. Okay? I read what the market tells me at the time. Okay? If if we get some large buyers up in here, okay, you can always get back in. Commissions are cheap, man. Commissions are cheap. A full stop out, really? Because getting in 2 or 3 times, those commissions are a hell of a lot cheaper than a full stop out. Okay, this trade didn't work out. Boom, get in here, took a little bit off here. You start seeing that volume right there. This is the key right here. This candle told you, or told me, because I'm walking through the stinking trade, told me I was wrong. Sellers. Okay, we closed at it. We start breaking that with the volume. You get in, you come up here, you got a little doji candle. You're like, I don't know about this. You got a buy and bounce right here. Okay, start taking some profits right here. Move to a break even. This right here, all this volume right here, and that negative 300 delta at 12%, this candle right here, that candle told you were stinking wrong. Get out. Here, I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll take yeah, so that was the candle right here told you were wrong. That was the candle that told you were wrong. I really need to. Yeah. See, this is key too, and this happens a lot on the NQ. You have 322 aggregated sellers. You had a big wick of a tail, kind of like a hammer. And we closed above all that aggregated selling. 147 of it was one single order. Okay, 147 single order sell contract, and we closed above it. So when you get in on the break of that, where you can put your stop probably down here, and you got yourself a nice little trade. Um, there's just something like that, 2 points, and you got yourself about 2, 3 points. So, these small base hits will get you a long ways. They will get you a long ways. They will get you to a funded account. I know a lot of people ain't gonna like this, and I don't care. I know a lot of people ain't gonna like this. Well, I want home runs, man. I don't want to be taking no base hits. Well, do what you want to do, man. I'm just trying to show you what professional traders do. People want to make $1,000 a day, but you got to walk before you can run. No, because I spent a couple of days, probably just that taco. Um, yeah, I mean, that's just the way it is, man. Your base hits, okay? I know so many people wanna listen to these gurus on YouTube that are just telling you regurgitated BS that they've learned from somebody else, and they're selling you a $500 course. Uh, I'm not gonna sell you a stinking course. We got a double buy and balance area right here. We got a double buy and bounce right here, negative, it's positive 625% delta change. This is right at 1215. Man, I just really, uh, if you get in on something like this, you get in on something like this, I mean, your stop is way down here, but this is a double buy and bounce area. That's actually pretty positive with the 25%. We got 2,500 volume, a little bit more than the rest of this stuff. That's actually pretty daggone nice, man. Are we finally going to get up to the VWAP? Are we going to get up to the VWAPer? Because man, we've been these little boogers right here. These little boogers right here have been a pain in our neck. Okay, all that negative volume, negative, all that negative delta been a pain in our booty, my man. A pain in the butt. It actually has been a pain in the keister. Been a pain in the keister, man. It's been a pain in the keister, my friends. It's been a. Are you going to come back down here? What you going to do, my friend? What you going to do? What you going to do? You got a buy and bounce area. It's 1215. Why are you trying to click buttons? Okay. Why are you trying to click buttons? It's 1215. Here, let's come over here. Here. If you want to click buttons, go to the order entry, go here to MES M6, go to two contracts. If you want to click buttons, go to two contracts right here. Okay. That way you don't give back all the profits you friggin' made. Okay. Maybe you want to go in on this. Okay. Boom. We got some contracts up in here. Maybe you do some. Take a dump on me, ain't it? Something fell off my desk I had to get. Um, so yeah, maybe you don't want to give back all your profits. Maybe you want to trade at MES. Okay, okay, that's fine. Just keep your finger on the flat. Keep your finger on the flat. Maybe you traded the ES like we did. You traded the ES. You got yourself. I'm on a freaking sim account. Would you mother f? This kind of sucks. Where are we at? We're at 11% right here. But you get the idea what I'm talking about. You get the idea what I'm talking about. Okay. You get the idea what I'm talking about. Maybe you don't want to get back all your profits, man. Maybe you don't want to get back all your profits. Okay. Then if you still want to click buttons during the afternoon, do it on a micro. Okay. Maybe you can make yourself a little more pocket change. Who knows? Okay. But that's how you do it. Okay. That's how you do it. You just go in half your contract size. I got to reset this sim. I wish they'd get rid of this stupid sim account. It's Ninja Trader, man. It's Ninja Trader and their BS. I wish you could delete it, but I guess you can't. I wish you could delete it, but yeah, I guess you can't. Yeah, but that's how you do it. Let's say you were trading the ES, and then oh, thank you. Oh, that's fine. I mean, maybe you're trading the minis. You made some profits. You're slinging the minis around, and then all of a sudden, you're like, you know what? I want to keep clicking buttons and trade during lunch or late afternoon. I want to keep clicking buttons. Or just go to the micros, man. Don't give back all your profits. Don't give back all your profits. Okay? Just don't do it. Ooh, we come back down here to the stinking, see, look at this. We got 6%, 2%, 10% positive delta. The delta's low. The volume's low. It's lunchtime. You know, it's just total crap, to be quite honest, during lunch. It's just stinking crap. It's a crap fest during lunch time. Talking about lunch, I got to eat myself some lunch. Hmm. Hey, Kelsey, can you grab me a water? Oh, thank you. Oh, now you got to sell them bounce. Oh, got taken away. Oh, order flow bar moving average kind of flatlining. It's lunchtime, man. This is crap. Here's the thing: when you come up to an area like this, when it doesn't bounce up here and it starts pissing around up in here, I'll just get out. You see what I mean? It starts pissing around. You just gotta get out. See, we had a buy and balance. I thought it would be really good up in here. And we came down here and we kind of but once this thing starts pissing around like this, just get out of the stupid trade, man. Hmm. Oh, yeah. It's like 12:23. They're just pissing around with the volume. I mean, we got a double sell imbalance with the movement average sloping down. I have a buy imbalance, movement average sloping up. It's just pissing around. Okay, it really is. It's just pissing around. Ain't doing much. And look at this. We don't see any big aggregated volume like this. So they just pissing around. So what is it? Tuesday. I think Wednesday and Thursday we'll trade the NQ. Yeah, I think Wednesday. I think Wednesday and Thursday we'll trade the NQ. I get myself to the database now. Oh, there it is. Yeah. How much was that water? Can't remember what it was last time. I don't know. Oh, we got buy and bounce. Is it gonna stay? We're right here in the middle of a friggin' consolidation, man. Look at all this. Look at this. Okay. Look at that. Not what you want to do. Wait a minute. Is that control? Or I don't know what that was. All right. Yeah, we're like right in the middle of consolidation, man. You really don't want to be doing much. Oh. Yeah, they run it up, run it down, go sideways. I wonder what the old. I mean, 73.98. Yeah, 73.98 was the overnight low. So we've been kind of. I wonder where. Let me look at the. Yes, M6. Let's take a look at the RTH. Let's look at a 10-day. Let's get a 5 minute. Let's take a look at this and see what we're at. Yeah, nice. Okay, well, I mean, let's take off the overnight point of control. Yeah, the overnight low 73.98. We're definitely below that. Remember when I said earlier? Oh, come on! Can I get myself a drawing tool? Uh, remember when I said we break this area right here? Okay, right here, we got this low volume area. We got this low volume area right here. Okay, and this is exactly what we've done. Okay, we broke that area right there, that overnight low. We broke the low of this day right here. That was Monday. So, and then we had a nice big distribution of volume, which will probably stop, which kind of looks like we are right now. Okay. This is why I go over the profile in the mornings. Okay. This is why I go over it in the mornings. We had the 73.98 was the overnight lows. We're actually broken that. Okay, we broke in this area right here. We broke in the overnight low of do Monday. I guess Monday. I don't know what today's Tuesday. Okay, I guess that was Thursday. I don't know what today is. All I know is we got the volume area kind of low volume area. We kind of lost this area right up in here. Okay, and then we're coming down to this big distribution of volume area, and this is kind of like where we're stopping at. You see all the big positive delta. Okay, this is why I go over the profile in the mornings because of this. So at 9:15, that's why I go over this. And you need to look at this. Once you start watching enough times, you'll start understanding uh, the volume profile and the delta profile. You'll start understanding what's going on. It's not that difficult, folks. I try to make it simple. I don't put a whole bunch of indicators on. I just try to make things simple. Okay. I just try to make it simple. Do do do. It's like 12:30. I don't know why anyone would be trading. Yeah. I mean, I got a selling balance right there. We got on the volume, big volume, selling volume on the 5 minute. Uh, but the way the action has been today is just not very conducive to catching yourself some really good shorts to be hanging on to. Just not that kind of day. Not, I mean, we just looked at the profile. We just looked at the profile. We're right at that area, big volume area of that day. All right. Okie dokie. What are we going to be doing there, my man? 12%. We got a lot of selling up in here, man. We got look at all the big negative delta in that point of control right there. Right there at us, man. Right there at us. You got a lot to get through, man. Phew. Look at that. You got a lot to get through if you're trying to go long. Right there at the point of control where most of the volume was today. You got this candle right here with the wick. That's like 9% delta with 1,000 negative delta. You got a lot of negative delta up in here. You got this point of control. The only thing you got good going for you is this volume right up in here, okay? This volume right up in here. So if you try to get in on the break of this right here, you got all this volume right here. That's really good. Where would you probably try to get out is probably once you start coming down to this area. You want to be getting out. Uh, we got volume balance on this 1 minute. Again, we're not going to be moving. 12:37. We'll probably float right back down. That's why you got to take your quick scalps, man. Take your quick scalps. Get yourself a couple points. Yeah. All right. Oh boy. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I got about 20 minutes to get to about 1 o'clock. Then I might just cut the stream and get back to doing what I need to be doing. Um, I mean, I'm green for the day for this Bullnox account. That's a good thing. I mean, roughly about $1,800 away from passing another one. It just don't. You gotta pick your days. I mean, if you can pass an eval in 2 to 3 days, great. If it takes you 2 weeks, who cares? You know. I mean, if you can pass it quickly, that's great. If not, hey, slowly but surely you'll get there. And actually, it's probably a good thing if you want to do. If you get an eval, you can actually trade micros and just put on a bunch of trades, wait for the setups, put on a bunch of trades, kind of understand what I'm trying to tell people, like stuff like this aggregated sell with a big sell volume. Okay, you got negative delta right there, and then we close above it. You know, try to get on the break of that. Put your stop down here. You know, who put on like 50 trades. Put on like 50 trades. Okay, you got buy and balance. Okay, you see a buy and balance. You want to get in here, okay? And then let's say you start seeing this doji. Well, start cutting the trade. Okay, if it comes back down here, get back in. It doesn't work out, get out here. Start putting on trades. Start understanding how things actually are working. Okay, maybe you get in. You see a sell and bounce right here. You see a big aggregated sell, and then we close below there. You get in on the break of that candle. Maybe you get out up in this area because you saw those sellers getting absorbed down in here. So you just got the trade right there, take your profits. Once you start putting on a whole bunch of trades like that, and I don't care if it's micros, it'll actually be a good thing if it's micros. Scale in, scale out. You know, the more screen time you get putting on trades, the more you get better and better and better. Okay. You just get better and better and better. I mean, today has not been a very good day for longs. It's been really halfway decent for shorts. Okay. It's been halfway decent for shorts. Like we got a sell and balance and we're kind of sloping down right here. You got a big seller right there. So let's say you try to get in here. Okay. Let's say you get in here. More than likely, we're probably up. We probably bounce up back up to here. Well, let's say you put on a short down here. And let's say you bounce up here. Let's say you put on a micro and you add to it. If you break this area, you just cut the trade. Learn how to take a loss with some micros. Just learn how to take a loss. That's really key. Just learn how to take a loss. Yeah, you know, that sell and balance is way up there. It's not 50% of the candle. I really like it when it's like up in this area, maybe. Okay. Maybe we close down here with this big aggregated seller and then you get on the break of that. Okay. Maybe you can get yourself some, maybe not. Right now, you got some sellers got a little doji, little inside bar, a little doji, a little spinning top, I guess. Uh, you know, it could run up here into the sell and bounce up here. That was light ass volume up in here, though. That was some light ass volume. Okay, it's kind of delta neutral a little bit, man. A little bit delta neutral. I mean, it's 12:45. I mean, really. It's 12:45. Now we got a volume bounce. It's just been like this all stinking friggin' day, man. Not much. Not much. I'm telling you, this is a little difficult day. Okay. And then now we got selling balance, now it's starting to move down. It's been a difficult day, man. It really, really has. It's been difficult. It's not been easy, man. This this has not been an easy market to trade. I am totally, totally on board with that. This is not an easy market to be trading. Okay. Yeah, sell and bounce area right there, about 12%. It's actually a good sign. Uh, that's usually a good sign. But we're right here at the lows. So you got to understand they could run this thing up. We're at the lows. Okay. Well, I mean, we're not at the lows, but you understand what I'm saying. Um, I mean, the lows is down there at 363. We're just a few points away, man. Okay. The delta is starting to pick up about 200, about 15% negative delta. Okay. This thing could uh, shift on us and run back up. Okay. We're below the VWAP. Okay. We're in negative on the 5 minute. If you look over there, we're at negative delta area. We're in a big volume area. Okay. We got some negative delta of 15% on the current 1 minute. If this thing doesn't start shooting down, okay, if this thing doesn't start shooting down, you really got to really rethink it, man. There we go. So I was a little concerned about this. I was a little concerned. Look at the 5 minutes. See that volume up in there? If this thing doesn't keep climbing, we're at 14%. If this thing doesn't get to 15, 16%, that delta starts stabilizing. Look at it going to 150, man. I don't like that crap. I don't like that, man. It needs to get to 200. We need negative 200 delta for this thing to keep going. Oh, got 230. Come on, man. Keep going. You're at 230. You're at 230. We got another selling balance right there. Okay, that's pretty good, man. I am using the trade entry. I can't pay attention, man. This is the bad thing about streaming and trying to scalp. It's very difficult to read and answer questions with people. There's been a couple of times when people, all right, you just got to get out. Okay. Um, because it could possibly just come right back up here. We had a selling bounce. It was pretty good. You had a big volume up in this area. Okay, so you can put on a short right here. You can start putting on the short. Where would your stop be up in this area right here? Because if you start reclaiming this area of this cell, which was kind of low volume, okay, we got a low volume up in this area. It could easily shoot back up in here. Okay, so let's say you get in here. We had nice volume area. Okay, you see that volume area, and we kept moving down. Okay, that's good. Then what you want to do is once you get down in this area, move to a break even, start managing the trade. When you get down to here and you start seeing the green being filled out and you go from 332 to 377, then you go to 200 negative delta, then this candle right here, this is key. This candle right here, you're at 47 negative delta at 2% with 2000 volume. That means those sellers are getting absorbed. And look where we kind of bounce right back. So why not just go ahead and take some of your Why not take really? I want my platform and get off of Windows. Oh, I'll be so glad when my platform is released. Oh my God, this crap. Why? Type the name of the program. I don't want that. Get out of there. I'm trying to explain something. I don't know. It's not what I wanted. Uh, let's say you get in here. Oh my God, man. Where is my ruler? Is it not working anymore? Why is Windows? I hate Windows. I really do hate Windows. And using parallels on NinjaTrader is even worse. I'm not trying to run a command. Oh, there we go. It finally works, man. All right, let's say you get in here and you start seeing this delta, this 47 shift in a delta, and you start coming up here. Just take your 75 bucks, man. Just at least take some of it off. There we go again. It's oh my God. I've had enough of Windows, man. I cannot wait until my platform like I can trade on it now, but I can only trade on it personally because I passed compliance with Rhythmic. I'm working on the code at 1 o'clock in about 10 minutes. I'm gonna get off the stream and go back to working on the platform to get it multi-user compliance because next month I seriously want to get off of Parallels. Running Ninja Trader on Parallels, it's a horrible experience. If you're running a Mac and you're running Parallels on Ninja Trader, I feel sorry for you. Yeah, so trade like this, sell imbalance, had the high, you had the low. It's roughly in the middle. So you get in here, you start seeing this candle right here and this delta right here going from negative 300, negative 300, negative 200, then 47 is basically delta neutral. You just want to get out of the trade. Okay. Just get out of the trade, take some profits. You don't need to get out the whole trade, take some profits. Maybe you want to wait for it to come back up here and then add to the trade and then go back down. That's your decision. I don't do that. I'm in the trade or I'm out. Okay. And with this environment that we're in, man, I'm either all in or all out. I runners, I have not left on. Uh, also, you got to look at the, we're at the lows, so this is very difficult. That's why you would want to take your, oh my God, I'm sick and tired of you. A sell and balance right here, sell and balance. You get in here, start taking your profits down in this area. Maybe move to a break even. You would have gotten stopped out here, but we're right at the lows. We could keep going. I mean, look at all this big negative delta right here. We could possibly keep going. I'm happy. We're finally selling. Okay, we're finally selling. I'm happy. I mean, I guess the government money has kind of ran out for the institutions to push this thing up and up and up. I think the government slush fund has finally ran out. Who knows? I would be aware of this area right here. Okay. Let's look at the real-time trading hours. Let's go to history. Let's go to 10. Let's go to 5 minutes to 4. Let's look at this. So this day here on the 7th, we had big distribution of volume, and that's where we're at. We're right up in here. Okay. You've got the point of control right here. Okay. You've got big volume up in here. We're still at the low. We're at the lows basically. But like I said earlier this morning when we looked at this, I said if we break the overnight lows, I got to see some big selling coming in. And we broke this area right here. Okay, this area. And then I do remember saying this is a low volume area. And this is what you got to look at the profiles. You got to look at the low volume areas because we trade through them. As you can see, we traded right through it. Not all the time. Not all the time. Okay. Not all the time. But look at it here. We had this area right here, low volume area. Okay. We traded through it. That is why I go over the profile in the morning at 9:15 every morning. Every morning, 9:15, I go over it, and there's a reason why. It just gives you context of where you wanna be, okay? It gives you context of where you wanna be. I mean, we've been running straight up. I mean, I think the government slush fund is wearing out. Finally wearing out. Even the government only has but so much money from the taxpayers. I mean, I don't know for sure, so don't come after me, SEC. I'm just giving you my opinion because you did it in 2008. Little quantitative easing. We know there's backroom deals being had. I am not, I'm just going to stop talking about that. I don't want them on my butt. So, yeah, I think tomorrow we're going to trade the NQ. I think tomorrow we'll trade the NQ. We'll trade it, the NQ. I trade the NQ a little bit differently than the ES. The ES is a nice thickly traded market. It will adhere to order flow better than the NQ. See, the thing about the NQ, because the ES is thickly traded because of the volume, the NQ, the thing about the NQ, here's the thing about the NQ is you might have a stacked imbalance area. Okay. You might have a stacked sell imbalance area like this. Now, on the ES, it adheres to order flow a lot better. Uh, is footprint free. Well, there's a free trial going on now. Uh, here, I'll explain this and then I'll answer your question. The NQ, because this is a thickly traded market, it will adhere to order flow better. With the NQ, you could have a sell imbalance, and because it's so thinly traded, you could have BlackRock just shoot that mother lover up about 25 points in like a split sec. I mean, within seconds. So you got to be careful about trading the ES and the NQ the same. I trade the NQ using range bars. Okay. I use range bars when I'm trading the NQ, and I use a 32 range bar. It depends on what the ATR, the average true range is. If it's like 40, 45, I might go to a 40 range bar, things like that. If the ATR is extremely high, like sometimes it has been uh, during the Terra 4, man, there's some days I just didn't trade because the ATR was like 50. I'm like, that's suicide. I'm not doing that. I'm not blowing an eval just to blow it. Uh, I mean, yeah, you could pass it very easily. You could blow it very easily. I've been trading for over 10 years, so it's kind of hard for me to be a prop farmer. Um, where am I at? Yeah. So if you go to orderflowbars.com, if you go to orderflow bars, free license until the 15th. Okay. Free license until the 15th. You can try it out. You just go to when you log in, you'll see the free license, which is right here. If you have any problem, just contact support at orderflowbars.com. Uh, and then after the free license, it's like for a whole year, it's like $8 a month. You're not going to find an order flow package $8 a month. Okay. Uh, it just doesn't happen. I mean, you can go with these prop firms and use the Ninja Trader order flow package, which I've looked at it. I just don't like it. That's why I started building this out for personally. I had this running personally, and then I had the bright idea of giving it out to people, and then it costs money for the servers, uh, and then I had a really crazy idea of streaming it, which I guess is good, but no, it's not really free. You see how this bar right here? Oh my word! You see that bar right there? That kicked off all the selling. This bar right here kind of 47 delta neutral. We were all and I've got these color coded, and there was a user that says, "Hey, are you going to color code this?" And I said, "Well, send me a screenshot because I think he said, are you going to color code this like Addis platform?" I said, "Send me a screenshot." So he sent me a screenshot, and I got it done that night because the logic was already there. You see how all this is bright, you know, especially right there is bright. That means the selling is pretty heavy. When you start and you see how dark that is, and then all of a sudden you got a green volume. You see how dark that is? That's a shift. Just like you see how that is, it's a shift. Okay. You see how light over there to the left. You see how lit up that is. You see how it shifts right here. I don't even need to look at the candles. I can read the information down here. Yeah, I accidentally closed out the YouTube, so now I can't read the chat because I don't have it on OBS. That's let's get back here. Let's get back here. Content live. Yep, kind of like what we're doing now, just running this thing right back up. That's why you take your profits when you see profits. That's why you take them. I mean, we've got the aggregated volume set to like 250. I think we had it set to like 200 earlier. I'm not sure. Yeah. Did any news came out? This is pretty aggressive. I don't think any news came out. No, probably just people taking profits. On the footprint chart, uh, if you look at OFB prints, here's the footprint chart. Oops. There's the footprint chart. And we've got the imbalance set. What do we have the imbalance set to? 4 and 2. Or you can go to a delta chart. This is the delta bars. The darker the color, the higher the delta for the bars. Or you can go to a volume. I need to take that percent out so I can get some more real estate. About a couple more pixels of real estate. But that's why I look at the profile in the mornings because of stuff like this. You got to know where the areas of the thickly traded areas are. Okay, yeah, you really got to know where they are. We got about 279 aggregated volume, 47 single order contract. Largest single order was 46 contracts. Kind of like a spending top. You might not want to do anything. It would have been nice to have big. This is kind of like what I really like to look for is, let's say, right up in this area, we had a big seller, okay, of like 100 contracts. Let's say you had a big seller of 100 contracts and we closed up here. That is a trapped seller that got absorbed. And you can get in on the break of that and put your stop down below it and you get a run. It happens a lot on the NQ. It happens a lot on the NQ. What I look for areas like this is to have a nice buy imbalance, okay, that you can get in on. And sometimes you're going to look at the market and it's going to run up like this. I mean, if you have a trading plan for that, go for it. If you're just doing it off of feeling, I mean, good luck. Some people trade breakouts. Some people look at this and be like, well, this is a nice breakout trade. I don't trade breakouts, okay? You have 163 delta, 220, then 339 delta that closed above the breakout. Some people play breakouts. I don't. I like to, if we can get in on a pullback, yeah, that'd be great. But the problem is, well, it's 1 o'clock. I've already made my money in the morning, so now I'm done. You got to think about where you have been. Okay, you got a lot of sellers up in this area. Okay, they might still be there, they might not, but it is an area of interest to put on some large aggregated cells. Okay, we kind of move down, kind of poke down, you know. So when you get up into an area like this, you have to look to your left. Okay, you have to do that. Or you can look over here on the, well, those are single orders. I need to update that. The large volume profile to be aggregated, not single order. You got a buy and balance. We closed right at it. You got a buy and balance. We closed right at it. You got some sellers right up in this area before. They could be there. They might not be there. We don't know. But what we do know is we look right here at this big negative delta area. Okay. We just had a buy and balance. We just had a buy and balance. It's hard to see, but we have a buy and balance. Maybe if I switch to a solid candle, where did my hollow candles go? Oh well, I thought I had hollows up there on my trading platform that I'm developing. I do have hollow candles. Okay, so you got some. You got a buy and balance right there. We kind of closed right at it. We had a move up and we kind of ran down. We had 193 negative delta. We had positive 75 delta. We had a little micro pullback right here. Okay. Normally that's pretty good, but I just don't like this area. We're below the VWAP. When you're below the VWAP, it's hard to be going long unless you have deviated quite far from it. Unless you have deviated from this VWAP quite far. I mean, look at the VWAP. We've just been selling off all day. Look at 279 that just got absorbed up in here. But you got to look to your left and see where you've been. Okay? You got to look to your left to see where you've been. That was at like 279. I mean, I'm sorry, 379. So that was right up here where that large buyer was, kind of like where this big negative delta area is. Ugh. And if you go to a timeline and you scrunch this delta up, there's not enough room to be printing all the delta. Okay. That's why it starts filling in. If you move this over, some of those you're not going to be able to see. Okay. Because there's just not enough room to print that data down below. So tomorrow, I think we'll trade the NQ. We've traded the ES for a couple days. I mean, I'm green for the day. I got the count 26. I showed you earlier. It's up to like 51,200 roughly. We got about $1,800 to go to pass another eval. I need to get a website. Uh, I might use the same website that I got for. Oh, we got 160 negative delta and we closed above it. That's absorption right there. Where were we? Yeah, where were we for the delta? Right up in here. We had the delta right here. We had 160 delta, 2,000 contracts, and we closed above. That is absorption for them. So, are we going to break this area and run to the VWAP? That's a good question. I would say the odds are possibly good because, for one, you've got the order flow bar moving average. Look at it; it's sloping upwards. We came down here. We kissed it right there, and we got 53 negative delta, and we closed up in this area like a spinning top. 165 delta right here on this candle with 10%. We had negative delta right here, but we closed above with 163. So if you do get in on something like that, okay, if you do get in on something like that and you're right here, right about now, I would be moving toward break even, okay? And then as soon as this right here, as soon as that starts stabilizing and it's not keep pushing up, that delta right there, the 332 delta, we're at 16% with 2,000 volume, 246 aggregated buyers. Now we got some sellers. Now I'd really be probably cutting half and moving to a break even. I'd really be cutting half and moving to a break even. And I'm not crazy either, man. Okay. If you got in here because of this, we just walked through this. If you get in here, right here, I'd be cutting half and moving to a break even. Okay. Looking to get a run up to the VWAP. Why would I be cutting half? Because the thing could run right back down very easily. Yeah, it's in the ES. It's thickly traded, but hey, uh, and we got buy and bounce right here. That's pretty good. We got buy and bounce. We had absorption right here on this 385 aggregated volume. Largest single order contract was 25 contracts. We got a buy and bounce right here. Okay, we're starting to come back down. That's why I would have cut half and moved to a break even. Actually, I'd be moving not even to a break even. I'd be moving down to about right here. Why? Well, because it's below the buy and bounce, and you see that volume right here. If we start losing that volume, yeah, we could come back down here. Scalps, my friends, scalps. Oh, come on, man! Don't be doing to this. I can't wait until I replace you with my own platform. I really can't. I really can't wait there, Windows, because you're just pissing me off. Oh well. Okay, let's say you got in at 378 and you're up here at about eight. Okay, you got about a few points right there on selling half. Okay, so there you go. Come on, man. N- No, I don't. Jack, frick up, man. I really hate parallels. Trying to run Ninja Trade on parallels. If you got a Mac, man, don't try it. All right, we're up here to the VWAP. So this was a good trade. This was a good trade. I don't know if anybody took this, but once you listen to me long enough and you start following me, I mean, you're not going to listen to me for one day and start making trades and start making like $500, $1,000 a day. Okay. It's going to take time. I mean, trading order flow, uh, it takes time, folks. Okay. It really does. It takes time. It's like trying to drink from a fire hose. Okay. It takes time. And I know a lot of people don't want that because they want instant gratification nowadays. Well, I'm sorry to tell you. Order flow trading is not going to be learned overnight. It's not going to be learned in a week. Well, we're above the VWAP. See, the ES will adhere to order flow a lot better than NQ. It adheres to order flow a lot better than NQ. When you get trades like this, like when you're in the trade here, okay, when you're in the trade here and you start seeing the sellers like this, and that delta will neutralize, just start selling half, okay? Yes, you can leave yourself a runner and get that. That's good. I mean, that right there is a nice 8-point trade, $400. Maybe you waited for the buying balance. Okay. Maybe you waited for the buying balance. You come up here and get yourself 5 points. It's about 250, $300 trade. You start doing those constantly and consistently, you'll pass the evals. You'll get the funded account. You'll pass them. Yeah. So you can use the add-on for free till the end of the week. Just create a user. Just create a user account and you'll be able to do it. Also, the license, if you get it for a year, it's not just for Ninja Trader add-on. The trading platform that I'm developing, that I'm personally trading on now because it's all done with Rhythmic for personal trading. I passed the Rhythmic compliance to do that. uh, I'm going to be streaming that probably next week. I'll be streaming my custom platform that I'm going to be trading off of with order flow next week. Uh, but you see how ES just adheres to stacked and balanced areas just a lot more decent. This didn't work out too good. That one kind of worked out kind of blah. I mean, you're right here in the middle of consolidation, but who knows? Okay, that worked out just slightly. This is why you take your profits quickly when the steam is running out, man. Okay, stacked and balanced with this with the large seller, that kind of worked out a little bit. Get your base hits. Let's see, sell and balance, large seller, got a nice sell. I mean, you can get I mean, let's say you take 2 or 3 trades a day. I mean, let's say you take a trade, you make $200. Okay, you take about a couple of them. That's $400. Go in 2 minis. That's about $800 day. I mean, it just works, people. It just works. Okay. If you're going to get If you're going to trade ES, which adheres to order flow better than NQ, no, it's not as sexy and volatile and like an adrenaline rush like the NQ. But if you're after, if you can be patient and you're after consistent profits, I would seriously look at trading the ES. If you're a new trader, I would seriously trade the ES, okay? The NQ back in the day when the pit trading was raging, the NQ was named the Widowmaker, and there was a reason why it was called that, because it's volatile as hell and it'll rip your face off. Some people like that, man. I mean, when I'm feeling it and I'm on my game and I'm 100%, yeah, I'll go trade the NQ on a 32 range bar and scalp the living crap out of it. I mean, that's how I got my handful of funded accounts before I started all this, because I was trading this style of trading. I was trading this before I even started the add-on. I've been trading this style for years. Like $1,000 days average. $500 day would, $1,000, yeah, yeah, you can crank out 1,000 on a 32 range bar on the NQ when we're in a pretty good environment. Not right now. I mean, this conflict has gotten us kind of, the market's kind of whacked out a little bit, but yeah, you can trade it. I mean, the ES just trades order flow a lot better, folks. Okay, buy imbalance ran up, buy imbalance ran up. I mean, maybe you had to sit here. How long did you have to sit here? About 115. Let's say you didn't. Let's say you have to sit here for a couple hours before you get yourself another good one. Okay. These were pretty good. This one was pretty decent. Okay. This one wasn't all that good. As soon as you start seeing the shift in the, once you start getting in here and you start seeing the shift right here and the delta start stabilizing, you just got to cut the trade. I don't care if you're making $50, cut the stinking thing. Better than taking a full stop out. I don't care what these gurus tell you. I do a 3 to 1 or a full stop out. I could care less. I could care less. Half of them are just giving you regurgitated BS that they heard from somebody else selling you a damn course. I mean, maybe you had to sit here and wait for a couple hours. Let's say you had to sit here and wait for a couple hours. And also, here's another thing. You're not looking for the whole move, folks. Okay. I don't care what these gurus tell you. Well, I bought down here and I sold up here and made myself 25 points on the ES. Okay, who cares? How many counts did you have to blow? Did you blow 4 or 5 getting there and you only showed the one good one? I'm just an average redneck that learned how to trade. Look, buy and balance, go up. Buy and balance, go up. I'm not looking for the whole pie. I'm looking for a piece of the pie and go in heavy. I'm not looking to prop farm. I've been trading before micros even came out. I've been trading before the fake prop firms like Top Step started getting popular. When I first started trading, I had to trade I had to trade the minis because micros were not out. So I had to trade the minis. And I blew up a couple personal accounts, you know? You blow up about $2,000-3,000 personal accounts a few times, you start realizing you're like, wait a minute, I might have to try and figure this thing out. So it's 1:30. I think I'm gonna have to cut it, the stream. I'll be back at it tomorrow, 9:15. Tomorrow we'll go over the volume delta profile, the daily volume delta profile. We'll go over that tomorrow at 9:15. We'll see where we're at. So I'm green for today on the Bulldogs, count 26. Uh, we'll see what we can do tomorrow with it. We might trade the ES, we might trade the NQ, I don't know. We might get both of them going at the same time, who knows? But I'm gonna go ahead and try to get something done. I need to start working on the trading platform that I'm building out. Right now I'm working on the code to get it multi-user compliance for Rhythmic. And I need to contact DXFeed, or DXFeed needs to contact me because I need to get hooked up with them. Also, I need to get hooked up with CQG for the trading platform that I'm working on. So I got a lot to do. So I will talk to you tomorrow at 9:15. Later.